Hello, everybody. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere in between two oceans. It's not very descriptive now, is it? How about somewhere that I may have been raised a Cleveland Browns fan? That'll get you some location. Or maybe that's not specific either. But either way, my name's Brian Engelman. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. It is draft day, Thursday, April 24th, 2025. Trying to figure out the lighting here. Something changed with the lighting. I don't know what has occurred with the background. So we're going to work through this. Here, let me go ahead and pull this up on the screen. We're going to keep the draft tracker on the board. Tennessee on the clock with the first pick. This is, by the way, going to be the Unhappy Hour sports show. That's what I meant to say. Ah, yes, that's a long intro. I feel like something is more dim with the lighting. Maybe this is a situation I will address as we go, but we want to just kind of get things started, get the feed up and running. Please leave your comments. We want to get your feedback. And you know what? We're going to go ahead and give you the opportunity to jump into today's show. Live feed. How do I want to say this? Join this live show, and I'll put the link. There you go, Pied Piper. Pied Piper, will you be joining us today? The whole band's getting together. Michael is, he's on hold. We're working on this one. We have a call out for a lot of people to jump in and join. I've really got to get this lighting sorted out. It's a little better. Still weird, though. Something has changed. All right. Pied Piper's going to get his charger. That's great. Titans on the clock. Is there any news on the draft? Let me go ahead and switch from the New American Media to the Unhappy Hour sports show.
From the Browns facility in Berea, Ohio. Jeremy, what can you tell us?
You know, I don't do a lot of sports shows, but I feel like their stuff gets snapped down from copyright more than anything else. So I don't know how many of these videos I want to do. I usually do the news, and so everything is like fair use. Oh, defensive player of the year. Did this just happen? Dude, check this out. Hey, I know it's a Browns show, but watch this. Evan Mobley.
2025 defense player of the year goes to Evan.
Evan Mobley, defensive player of the year. Yes, sir. Man, did he take steps forward this year. Good job. Well earned. Let's go ahead and grab the gum. Keith.
Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Living the dream. How are you?
Yeah, just seeing what the Browns are going to do to mess things up.
No, stop. We're not doing that. Stop. We haven't faced.
This happens so many times. You got to expect the worst, and if something better happens, it's great.
Hey, let me refresh you back to like a great moment in Browns history. Remember that time the Browns were undefeated between 1996 and 1998? Don't you remember when Cleveland was undefeated?
Yeah, that's true. We were. We had a good tribe team to watch back then too. That distracted us from the missing football team.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that. I think I mentioned to you before. I might not have. Jim Thome came to watch my high school football team play.
Oh yeah, yeah. You went to Brunswick, right? Or
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And Andrea Passione. Where were you at again?
Strongsville.
Yeah. Man, yeah. What year were you?
98.
98. Yeah. Oh, we got Uncle Sal and Super Sal.
I hope they don't find a way to depress us this night.
Yeah, man.
Oh man.
Hey, I led with this news earlier that Evan Mobley got Defensive Player of the Year. That was pretty cool, huh?
It's well deserved.
Yeah.
Very
He stepped
well.
up his offense this year too.
Yes.
Absolutely.
He finally turned into the player they've been, hoping he'd turn into over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Yep, that is for sure. And it's been nice to watch. I mean, the development is the most important part of this process, fellas. People are like, oh, there's not a quarterback in this draft that's worth taking. And why would you want to add a quarterback who has talents and skills to your roster? Well, because I would like to add a quarterback with talents and skills. They're 20 years old. They're not a finished product. You have to take that raw talent and turn them into a superstar. That's your job, Andrew Berry. That's your job, Kevin Stefanski. And the last time they drafted a quarterback was Dorian Thompson-Robinson. How prepared did that dude ever look or feel to either of you guys?
He had one really good preseason
drafted
game
and developed a player, and that's what we got. The last time they went out in free agency, they gave us Massage Watson. They let Baker Mayfield out of the house. Like, they're 0 for 3. I don't know how you get more than 3 strikes in the NFL and you keep your bat. So what do you guys think? Take it away. Somebody. Thoughts? What are we supposed to do with that?
As far as the number 2 pick, I'm cool with either Hunter or Carter.
Originally, no quarterback. You don't feel the need to go with the most talented quarterback out of all, like whoever's left, just get the person with the most talent at the most important position.
Well, I mean, at some point you need to get a quarterback in the draft. But we do have a stopgap with Flacco and Pickett. Let's put it, it's a throwaway season. As much as they try to tell you it's not, it's a throwaway season. So they're going to probably try to get Arch Manning or whoever's good in college next year.
They might. All right, we'll get to Sal in 1 second. Hold on. They might. I get it. They might. And they already made a trade today. If you guys saw the details of the trade, we packaged several picks to go to Houston. We traded several sixth round picks. I think 3 6s and a 7. And then we got a 5th this year, a 5th next year, something like that. So we're consolidating our picks right now. But look, maybe we're going to be theoretically tanking for a better chance at quarterback, but there's so many team, like it doesn't much matter. We just kind of have to get the best position players that we can, and there is no position more important than quarterback. I know that we have Joe Flacco, and he's serviceable, or at least he was 2 years ago. Serviceable. I mean, he
seems to know the offense.
He does.
He seems to play well under Stefanski's system. So maybe it's the opposite of what I said. Maybe they know Flacco can be good enough to get some wins, and
look, that is possible as well. Sal, you're biting your tongue. You had thoughts on the Browns' ability to draft and develop talent. We let Baker Mayfield get away. Dorian Thompson-Robinson was given away for next to nothing because he was such a failure. How much of that do you blame on the coaching staff and the general manager that drafted that talent? And do you have faith that this is the right group of people to analyze the talent and draft somebody new at that position?
Well, I feel that the biggest thing that hurt the team was when we lost our offensive line coach, which makes sense because he want to be there with his son and develop something there in Tennessee. But I think that was the biggest thing that affected us, like largely because we couldn't protect the quarterback. I think in most cases, the way Stefanski's scheme work, if you give the quarterback a little bit of time and the running game works with the play action, it's typically a successful thing. Now, I don't really blame them. I think that they deserve to get more time when it comes to the success of Stefanski being coach of the year and being able to get so much out of so little. So I think if we get us a offensive line coach that's there is going to be able to coach the guys up, and we're able to get, we already got the placeholders for the quarterback, so we should be fine. When it comes to getting a quarterback, I understand people want to tank for Manning, but all I can say about that is Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was that guy that was talented enough and fit in that system in San Francisco that made everything work correctly. That might be the Dart. That might be Monroe. That might be all these other quarterbacks that's out there. The thing that sparked my mind was the possibility of us getting those two guys from Buffalo. We can get Hunter and go back and get Prime Son. I
Colorado.
think that'll be amazing.
Yeah,
I'm
hearing. Look,
they have chemistry together.
Yeah, they do.
I'm gonna give you an example. Look at what they did, and look what happened in Cincinnati. You got the quarterback and you got the wide receiver, and they have great rapport with each other. And that chemistry, it goes a long way. So we're able to get those two. If that's a possibility for us to do that, I'll say we get that. We strike while the iron's hot, and we get those two. That's just my opinion.
No, I like that take, Keith. He said a lot of interesting stuff there. Thoughts on
as far as the offensive line, I agree 100% with Sal. I mean, yeah, we lost Callahan, but man, it's like he left and they forgot how to play. It was I mean, I never seen such a change in an offensive line in 1 year just because the other coach left. I don't know what didn't the offensive line coach get fired and they bring in somebody new, but
that's what happened. And yeah, they had I can't think of his name. The tight end for the Patriots, the defensive end tight end for the Patriots. They had him to be the offensive line coach.
Okay. Right now, the new offensive line coach as of January 25 is Mike Bloomgren. Okay. Previously served as head coach at Rice University for 7 seasons.
Oh, that's right. I remember when they did that. I thought Rice University was the last time they were ever relevant at anything. But I don't know. I think the offensive line can only go up after last year. I mean, as bad as Deshaun was it all his fault? No. I mean, he's got other guys around him. But, it was just a disaster. As far as the draft Hunter, I'm cool with Hunter at 2. Sanders, if we get him later in the first round, if he falls that far, or beginning of the second round, I think I'm more open to it than him at 2. I definitely don't want Sanders at 2.
No.
Yeah, I would think, I was thinking too, I was all about Hunter, and I started thinking more about Abdul Carter, how awesome it would be to have him and Garrett on defense. That would be a really exciting defense to watch, but I know we have a lot more needs on offense right now. But man, think about that defensive line with those two.
Yeah, you kind of wonder what was said to Myles Garrett. What in the world was said to get him to chill TF out? Mm-hmm. What brought him back in? They go, I got a plan. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to team you up with the most badass defensive player this side of. But either way, if they add Travis Hunter, that's going to help that defense big time.
So as far as Hunter goes, do you think they would play him more on defense or offense, or he just plays the whole game? I mean, I don't think it's sustainable.
He plays a lot, and maybe they do a package. I've heard it discussed this way. If you're playing first and second down on defense, you're going to be taking a lot of tackles. You're going to be, maybe some bruising plays and taking extra. But if you play more second and third down passing situations that situationally dependent, you're there at the prime moments, but you're not kind of rolling the dice too many times. You spin the wheel on a Russian roulette. Yeah, it's a fun game for a minute, maybe. No, why would you? But then again, it's a football game. You play the game. Why wouldn't you not want to play? Well, he's going to get hurt. It's the game of football. Every player plays hurt. Everybody, and you hope that you don't have a career-ending situation like Nick Chubb. Unfortunately, maybe he went through. We'll see how that plays out. JOK, yeah, the defense has a lot of holes to fill. We'll talk about the holes to fill on defense in a second, but we'll talk about JOK too. But I brought up Nick Chubb. There are some good running backs in this draft. The Browns would be sitting there at the beginning of the second round, wondering when do we take a running back? When do we take a quarterback? If so, what do you guys think the Browns need to do at the running back position? I'll go to you first, Sal. Nick Chubb is sitting there. No, he hasn't been signed by anybody. There's allegedly some mutual interest that they would like to reunite under the right circumstances, but I don't know. I mean, maybe this is the time the Browns reload with a dynamic running back. There's a couple of great backs in this draft. I mean, players that would instantly jump into your starting lineup and they're home run hitters, difference makers. What do you think?
I like the kid from Iowa. I can't think of his name, but I like that kid. He's an Ohio native. He only had one good year, but I think we can go on from there. I think Ford is who he is. I think Pierre Strong is who he is. We need I think with our division, we need another bell cow, So I like the Scatterboo. I like that kid. That the kid from Arizona. I like him. He remind me of Hillis, Peyton Hillis. I was watching his highlights. I'm like, goodness gracious. Like that kid is a monster. So I like him, and I like the kid from Iowa.
Yeah, we got a lot here. Gianti out of Boise State. At least this Pro Football Network mock draft simulator has Gianti at the number 6 overall pick, or at least the 6th most talented player in the draft. Marion Hampton out of North Carolina, the 32nd best. Travion Henderson, 39. Caleb Johnson is who you were thinking of out of Iowa.
Yes.
Caleb Johnson. Yes. Quinshawn Judkins, Ohio State again. DJ Giddens, Kansas State, 91. 92. Cameron Scatterboo.
I like his name. I like his name.
It's a lot of fun to say, but that's 2, 4, 6, like that. That's 6, 7, 8 dynamic backs right off the top that would really make a difference on almost anybody's team. So, Keith, what do you think at running back? We have
I hate to say it.
What do you do?
I hate to say it. I love Nick Chubb. He was great on this team, but let's face the facts here. You got to face the brutal facts sometimes. With those injuries, he's probably never going to be the same again. If they sign him, let's see what happens. But I think you definitely have to get somebody in the draft. I love that Scatterboo kid. Reminds me of Hillis. Hopefully he doesn't go crazy in the head like Hillis did after 1 year of success, if we do get him. That Giante, I think he's going to go way before we pick again. I like Henderson, Judkins. I think, it'd be cool to have an Ohio State guy on there, too.
Yes. I would love that. And by the way, I'm holding up my Bowling Green State University Cup here. BGS Falcons. By the way, our new football head coach, who knows
Eddie
who
George, baby.
Eddie George.
Wow.
Eddie freaking George is coaching.
Joey's only going to be there a year or two before he, pulls an Urban and goes to the big time, if he's successful.
Yeah, I mean,
he'll be successful.
But how cool is it that we are a franchise or a college football program that can give you Urban Meyer and bring you Eddie George? Like that is dynamic. Cool. That is some fucking firepower right there. There's actually a tight end from Bowling Green that has been very linked to the Cleveland Browns. Actually.
What's his name? Like Fannin or something like that? Yeah.
That kid's good.
Mm-hmm.
Harold Fannin Jr., 6'3", 241.
That would be a fun pick.
Yeah, so that's something that's on the radar. Obviously, are the both of you pretty convinced? By the way, who has the TV up the loudest? Is there a way to bring it back a couple of clicks?
I can turn it off.
Well, I don't want it off, but if you could mute it or bring it down, because we are picking it up, which is fine, sort of, but so we don't have to yell over each other so much. I feel like I'm yelling, gentlemen, but I'm excited for football. Like, I love this sport.
Yeah,
I do politics every day, current events, news. Man, is that like I do that every day. I get like super excited when I get to talk about football. And this is this is our Super Bowl for the Cleveland Browns. This is the chance we finally have to turn this shit franchise around and bring back some sort of energy to the franchise. I mean, this franchise,
fun to have a first round pick again.
We've been devoid of first round picks for, what was it, 3 years?
Yeah, 3 years.
Oh my God. We are emerging from a really bad relationship. We are emerging from a very bad relationship right now. There's really no other way to say that. This has been a brutal stretch for the Browns in the draft, like, because this is where you can turn things around, and you only get so many darts to throw. We're all guessing, but every dart that's thrown, the next person has to throw from further away. It gets tougher and tougher to aim, hit the mark that you're going for. So just having this draft capital, I am just excited to see what the Browns do, because let me talk about the past for a second. You guys, they changed the statistics. They changed how they count the NFL history now to include several more Cleveland Browns NFL championships. And we just reconfigured who is one of the most dominant franchises in league history, despite being trashed since Bill Belichick. I mean, a couple of bright spots, a couple of playoff moments, but nothing sustainable. Guys, how cool is that? Sal, let me start with you. What do you make of the NFL awarding Cleveland essentially several new championships? It's similar to how Major League Baseball said we're going to count Negro League statistics. You're like, okay, I guess we're doing this now, and it just totally changes the record books. What do you make of what happened for the Browns?
I think that it's a bright spot. It's a bright spot. I think that the guys in that time era, they deserve that. I feel it was unfair for those guys to not be represented by the NFL when the NFL is like the only league. You know what I'm saying? So because they did it in other leagues, I think that it only makes sense for them to do it for those guys. And it's sad that a lot of these guys won't be put in the Hall of Fame like they probably should be, because of the fact that, it's, the records probably were like not known of or whatever. But those guys, hopefully they get the chance to be in the Hall of Fame also.
Yeah, it's been very interesting watching Steeler fans. They have their number in their head for total championships, and they had the Browns. Those don't count. And then bam, guess what, little brother? They count. Keith, what do you make of that? Like, because we're just reevaluating our franchise. Like, why are we so diehard as fans? There's something generationally in our blood that's making us give a shit, because we haven't had a great product very consistently, very often, for almost 100% of our lives. Brief flashes here or there, whether it was Kozar or Mayfield or Otto Graham. There's still people who remember going to see Otto Graham win these championships, but it's been slow going. Keith, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, as far as merging the AAFC records in, I think it's a good thing. I mean, as a Browns fan, I do. I mean, I'm kind of borderline on the whole idea of changing it up, but as a Browns fan, I like it. But when I go take a look, when I step away from that, look at the bigger pictures, I don't like messing with stuff like that too much. But the AAFC was a solid league back in the 40s. I listened to a great podcast on it. And Brian and Sally, you guys might like this. It's called Good Seats Still Available. And it's about leagues and teams that no longer exist, basically. And they did an episode of an expert on the AAFC, and they talked about how good these guys really were. Of course, the two dominant teams were the Cleveland Browns and the San Francisco 49ers, who moved over to the NFL. I want to say there was another team that moved in to the NFL from there. Was it maybe the Colts or something? I don't remember, but as a Browns fan, I love it. But it's just stepping back without my bias. I'm kind of like, well, it was a separate league. Why do that? But at least it's one more thing we can rub into Steelers, the Steelers' face. As far as the bloodlines, my dad loved the Browns, and when I was a kid, I've always been, and Brian, you probably can tell this, I've always been kind of a contrarian. So at first, I'd always root against the Browns because it was who my dad was rooting for. I mean, as a young kid, this was like 5, 6 years old. But then
you were doing that. No.
well, wait. Well, obviously, now it's different. And then I started watching. I started enjoying watching the Browns players. The Kosar. I remember Brian Brennan and Webster Slaughter and all that. I'm like, those guys are exciting to watch. And then about 7, 8 years old, I'm like, I'm going to root for the team my dad does. And my dad was watching football, so I always wanted to hang out with him. So from there, I picked a team, and I guess I wouldn't picked it. I guess it was generational. But what's weird? I was at a I stopped. I was on my way to Cincinnati for work about a month or two ago, and I stopped at this baseball card shop where I watched the guys' YouTube videos. and the kids are in there talking to the workers, and this is in Columbus, and you figure in Columbus it's pretty safe to say you're either a Browns, Bengals, or maybe Steelers fan, right?
Maybe
These
Colts.
kids,
Colts are bigger than you'd think, and Tennessee's not far away. There's a lot of teams over here, actually.
yeah, but in Columbus, these kids are talking. Oh, I like the Seahawks. I like the Patriots. I'm thinking, are you just randomly throwing darts and picking a team, or just whoever you did to me? It's just I root for the local teams. My dad always rooted for the Browns, Indians, Cavs. So that's kind of where I fell in. College, it didn't really take. My parents went to Purdue, but I always liked Ohio State because they always had a better football team, except for the Drew Brees era.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, so I do think there's some generation, and I just remember a lot of family get-togethers specifically to watch the games, especially when they had the blackout rules. My
Mm.
uncle had an antenna. He'd point it towards Toledo to get the Toledo broadcast. So we'd go to his house and watch it on a fuzzy screen if it wasn't aired here locally.
Man, at 2025, it's still kind of tough to find your favorite teams from time to time, isn't it? Seems like it should be the easiest thing ever. You're just trying to sell us the advertising revenue, but
Well, I didn't know where I'd be able to watch the Indians until the day of the first game this year.
Yeah.
yeah, I understand why we've gone the direction we have. I understand why there's the deals in place with the teams that there are. But, we have to remember a world that used to have cable that just had everything in it, and it was just pretty straightforward. And now when everyone gets $15 for everyone's app, you're going, I'm spending like 5 times the amount of what I used to. Like, this is getting a little ridiculous. Uh, maybe it's just me, but I feel like it should be just as easy as tapping it on your phone and having it. Sell me the Pepsi Cola, sell me the Ford truck.
Mhm.
Sell me whatever. Like, a Taco Bell commercial, surprise. I'm the advertising subject. Just deliver me the content. If you got my eyeballs, it's an advertising avenue for you. So I don't know. I get why they do it, but man, it's pretty frustrating sometimes.
But it's more or less about streaming. Like I got a streaming service that I use that I get everything. I get all like the newer movies and things in that nature. So if you get a good streaming service, like where you might I pay like $25. I can put it on my Fire Stick, my cell phone, and things of that nature, and that keeps me abreast with everything. Because most of the times I can't get a Cavalier game, if it's not on TNT. So with the streaming service, I'm able to watch like all the games. So that's something you might want to get into, like a streaming service.
Which streaming do you have?
It's called ILML 2.com.
That's very catchy.
Yeah, I love my life. I
Oh,
love my life.
okay.
Yeah. 2.com. And it's like $25. You can put it on 4 devices. I put it on my phone, and my mother uses one of the things, and I have it on my TV. So
All right. I'll have to check that one out. Keith, what do you use? What do you
pretty
get your
good.
content from?
I do Fubo because it has both the Indians and the Cavs. I do. Ohio State's always on like a Peacock game, so I always justify. Well, it's only $5 for the month, and I used to rent movies for more than that. But then I always forget to cancel the damn subscription.
That part.
So,
Yeah, these monthly reoccurring charges, man. It's like sometimes you just want to clip the card and go, I'm starting from scratch. I don't care what used to be connected with it. I'm done with that card. Let them all cancel. I'm moving on.
yeah, but then the problem with Fubo is
this
they
is
don't
pretty
have.
decent.
Yeah,
This is
they don't
pretty
have
decent.
TNT. So, like Sal was saying, the Cavs are on TNT. I have to go to the HBO Max app to watch it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if I can.
All right. Okay, so that's that. What are you watching? Cricket? What are you watching? Sal, what are you doing? No,
So,
go back to Sal.
this-
Show me. Was that an Indian wedding?
no. Those
Was that
some type of
cricket?
But
Hold on.
this
Was
is
that the Olympic break dancing? What were you watching? What was that?
No, that was the they were doing some type of dance for the game, like the NFL. This is like the draft. They were
Maybe they're gonna
dancing.
have a game in Calcutta this year.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, so
Gotcha. We can't actually stream a TV or else our show will be taken
Oh,
down.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. 3 seconds is fine. We were discussing a issue. But yeah. I have my fake TVs behind me at my sports bar, which are pretty fun. I love hanging out where people hang out, you know. This is my bar. Gentlemen, cheers to you.
Cheers.
Would anyone like to offer a word of wisdom in this cheers, Sal? Do you have a clever cheers?
No, not really.
Well, give me a boring one then.
To the Browns making good choices tonight.
Yes, so the Browns making good choices. Huzzah!
Huzzah.
I'm just sipping on some soda water at the moment, but as we get closer, I might actually. You know what? Yes, I'm gonna get something good, gentlemen. Are you bourbon aficionados?
I am.
Used to be.
Keith, are you off the sauce?
I am off the sauce.
How long? Good.
4.5 years.
Bravo, sir. Bravo.
Yeah.
Uncle
Nice.
Nearest.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it, believe it or not. I mean, at first it was kind of hard, but now it's kind of, at first I didn't like going to bars and stuff, but now I'm fine with it. It's, I just get a fake beer and I don't feel like shit for 3 days after the fact.
No, that's true. I've been I don't know if you two know because I'm not really public with it, but I've been doing stand-up comedy. Are you guys aware of this?
No.
No.
You mentioned it before.
Well, I've been doing it for like 3 months now. So I've been going out and recently can I get a soda water, lemon lime, soda water, lemon lime, and I'm getting more comfortable with the craft and trying to learn different. There's so many ways to approach a 4-minute set. I know how to improv for hours and hours and hours a day. I do 3-hour shows 6 days a week. Like that's a lot of improv. I'm producing it. I'm the only person on the screen. Maybe I'm going through the comments and, interacting with it. But yeah, lately I've been doing soda water, lemon lime, and it's fine being out with soda water, lemon lime. And that's what I got. I just cracked open a can of soda water. I should probably get one of those soda streams just for the soda. It'd probably pay for
it. Yeah,
right?
That'd be very good. That's a good investment. I have one. A good investment.
How much are they?
Like 120.
And so if I'm buying 6 packs or 12 packs for $4, $5, $6, enough beverages with soda water will pay for itself, right? Just
you get the containers that come with it where you can actually make it, and you put the container. You have the thing. You have it. Take it with you. Yes. Let me see about
that. I actually somebody I was with, one of the photojournalists when I went out to the Bronx last year for the New American Media for a Trump rally. Okay, now what's inside of that one?
Oh, this is just soda. This is the container for the soda water.
Oh, it's
the soda stream.
Okay.
Soda stream.
Yeah, the gold base. It looks like a lava lamp.
Yeah, but you put it in there, put the top on there. Put the top on there, take it with you.
Very cool. Yeah, when I went to the Bronx, this other photojournalist I was with, he had that. And so I cracked one open in the back seat and was drinking the soda water. Let's get to some comments, by the way. However you are watching the show, thank you so much for joining us. Hit like, hit subscribe here on the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, a division of the New American Media. And we are talking about the 2025 draft. Deltona Doug. How are you, Deltona Doug? Saying it would be so classic of the Jaguars to pick 2 running backs in the first round within a 4-year span. Yeah, you're Jaguars. You're Jaguars. You're Jaguars. By the way, I was listening to Quincy Carrier earlier. Quincy Carrier is telling me that there's a rumor that the Jacksonville Jaguars are actively pursuing trading for the number 2 pick from the Cleveland Browns. Keith, you're nodding your head. You're familiar with this rumor?
I heard it on the radio a little earlier, and I also heard something about the Vikings might be interested in trading up. So we'll see. I mean, if they want to trade up, fine. If they're not taking the Browns guy, and then the Browns can save a couple $1 million by drafting him a couple picks later. Why not?
Hey,
right?
Right. Yeah, I
need to save the time we can get after that Deshaun debacle.
Well, hey, let me do this. Let me just for fun here share this tab. Let's do this. Ready? Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta go to all. Here we go. Let me go full screen on this.
They said that they gave the picks that they would get for that. They said that the Browns allegedly the Browns would get their first round pick this year. And they said the players they would get will be like the 2 offensive linemen and the running back. Then they said that they would do.
Hold on. What
They would
about
do
the 2 offensive linemen? What about 2 offensive line and a running back? What was that?
with the 2 offensive linemen, like with their pick, I think they're like the 5th pick. They said the players that we will be interested in is the 2 offensive linemen.
Oh, okay.
And the running back and the kid from Boston College. I'm not Boston College, but Boise State. The running back from Boise State and the 2 yeah, they said those will be like the players that would be, where we'll be able to, we'll be able to pick from those 3 players that as far as a need that we have. They said they'd also throw in a 2nd round pick this year and a 1st round pick next year, allegedly.
Gentlemen.
Well, you definitely need offensive linemen. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that. I mean, it's not as sexy as a pick as a Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, but as we talked about the offensive line earlier, it's definitely
yes.
Absolutely.
I don't think Jones is going to be able to hold up that much longer.
Yeah, I really liked him his rookie year, and then those injuries, he just gets hurt. I mean, that guy's a freak of nature. Like when I go to the games, his head is so far above, taller than everybody else. It's hilarious.
David,
but yeah,
David Van over here, by the way. Thank you, David, for jumping in. Good to see you. He's waiting till his number 30 pick, the Buffalo Bills. David was in our Strictly Football. We did an episode with Mike Barra and Jim Mitchell, and a whole bunch of guests were jumping in and out, and we did a mock draft of the first 2 rounds. But just for fun, gentlemen, I don't know, maybe we could try this on the fly. I have this screen here pulled up. Let me just go back and forth between you, starting with Sal. We'll start with Super Sal. If you're the Tennessee Titans, who do you take at number 1? You're the GM. Tell me who you take.
We taking the quarterback. We taking Cameron Ward. Yeah.
All right. Browns on the clock. Keith, who would you take for the Browns?
Oh, geez.
Cam Ward off the board. And by the way, Super Sal, you can definitely make a Browns pick because we're Browns fans. So who do you take if you're the Browns right here?
Hunter.
Abdul Carter. Why not?
Hunter is a generational talent. Carter is just a guy. Allegedly. That's how they talk about him. He's just a guy,
The one thing they say about Carter, though, is he's got some maybe undisclosed injuries or
they weren't and that's what scares me.
About.
Yeah, some sort of stress foot issue, stress fracture, stress something.
But I'm just thinking, if that kid's what he says he is, and you bookend him and Miles, man, that defense would be pretty.
They'll have to choose. Most definitely, the offense will have to choose. Well, but I think this Hunter is just such a good. We got Ward, we got Hunter. I think that would be even better. I think it'll help to make the guys up front. They definitely it'll make things easy for the guys up front.
All right. Well, let me do it this way. I'll be the tiebreaker. I'm going to go with Travis Hunter. I will be the tiebreaker. I think they've sort of kind of tipped their hand that they're going to take him. But here's the catch. Here's the catch about that, though. I do fully expect the Browns to either draft a player and immediately include that player and other players for other picks instantly, because that's something that Andrew Berry slipped out with a couple of days ago. And I'm also fully prepared for the Browns to fall backward and accumulate further talent. So I think if we keep the pick, we'll take Hunter there. But I'm completely at ease, gentlemen. I am I've never been more at ease, because this is the last chance that Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski get. This is it. This is it. 3 strikes and they should be out. It's okay. We're trying to go with that continuity that the Pittsburgh Steelers have had. I get it. Okay, fine. But I really cannot see them continuing if they can't make the giant strides that we need to already, because this 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We're doing the Paula Abdul thing. It's maddening, fellas.
I'd say it's more than one step back.
Yeah, 1,000 steps back. What it feels like. Okay, let me go back to the draft. I just kind of have fun with this. I took Travis Hunter. Sal, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still with you. I
New
got
York Giants.
I want to plug in my computer so I can get a better view of what you guys are looking at.
Perfect. If you're the New York Giants with Hunter and Ward off the board, and just imagine everybody stays in the spots they are, who do you take if you're the Giants? Do you get Shadur Sanders? Do you go after
No.
Abdul Carter?
No, they got too many quarterbacks. That'd be crazy.
So who would you go with if you were the Giants here?
Get that defense, sure up that defense, get
Abdul Carter.
Carter. Yeah, get Carter.
All right, Keith, up to you. You're the GM of the Patriots, number 4 pick. Who's looking good for you? What are you looking at?
Oh, geez. I have no idea, to be honest. Once it goes beyond the Browns, I really don't know
I
too much
know.
as far as the draft picks. Because I really just been paying attention to what the Browns' plans are. And obviously Tennessee. So I'll defer to you guys on the on the draft picks here.
No, we played this game yesterday, and if we had it on your screen as
Sure.
well, it'd be easy to kind of sift and look through it. But yeah, some of the higher ranked
Yeah, I'm on
players.
my phone right now, so it's kind of hard to see the
Exactly.
screen.
Yeah,
But,
some of the. Oh, actually, I could just do this if you wanted to pull up another, just for the fun of it, because while we do this, here, let me just put it in the chat in case anybody wants to enter this. You just go on this mock draft, and during the first round, it'll give you this exact screen. And so you can kind of keep track of who's going where and who's left on the board. It's a pretty fun tool to use. But yeah, we played around with this. We did the first 2 rounds of the
that's
draft
cool.
yesterday with Mike Barra and Jim Mitchell and everybody. But yeah, I mean, there's some big names out there, but it's not the superstar power after the first couple of players that we've heard a million things about. There's a lot of people saying that there's not much of a difference between players number 4 and number 25. You're going to get roughly the same. They're good, not great. They're good. They're very good. They could be, like, who knows? There's not that much of a difference, so don't sweat it. Just draft who you want. What do you guys think?
I feel the same way. I feel after Abdul Carter, you getting a guy. So that's the reason why I feel that if we were to trade back with Jacksonville, they'd have to sweeten the pot very nicely for us to get rid. Because I in my heart, I feel that Hunter is a generational talent. I think he's going to be that guy.
He's that guy.
I feel he's going to be that guy, and it's going to hurt my soul to see us do something foolish. Outthink everybody. Try to be the smart guys in the room. Analytics, blah blah blah. Sometimes you got to go with your gut.
All right. Now, I had heard about Hunter, that he's not all that, just with his size and with him as a receiver, that he's not a top receiver, and that with his size, he's not a top, defender, cornerback, whatever they're going to play him at, free safety, whatever position technically he'll settle into in the defensive backfield, that he's not really a number 1 at either of those. So you can't pay a premium for it. And then I heard someone else say, well, you wouldn't take that position. You don't take a wide receiver at number 2, just based on position. And by the way, you don't take just a cornerback or a defensive back at number 2. Like, you just don't do that. And then I've also heard it said, well, wait, you're getting 2 players. You draft 2 players with 1 pick. Holy shit, the mathematics of this is just obvious. Well, he might not play forever. You run him as hard as you can for that 5-year contract. And this guy wants to play every snap. That's all he wants, is to play every play. He's a bookworm. He loves the game. He's holding a Heisman. Don't overthink this. Take the guy. Let him play. So what do you guys think? What of those theories lands most accurately to you?
See, I like Hunter a lot. I mean, my main concern with him is, a little small, but I think, he can start pumping the weights and get there. But, so the Browns draft him. Do they use him at corner or wide receiver more? Or I just don't think it's sustainable. I mean, to use him every play, every game, I mean, you only have so much time to study the defensive back stuff. You only have so much time to study the wide receiver stuff. with your meetings and all that. So my thought is put him at corner most of the time, put him in the offense, not so little that the other team knows something's up, but enough, maybe a little more sparingly on offense and defense, I guess is my thought.
Yeah, and I
on it.
kind of like the idea of second and third downs. Maybe leave a lot of those, potentially heavy bruising plays, to the tight ends or running back. I don't know if there's any sense to that at all. But the guy just wants to play. Let him play. He's a horse. Let him run.
We're in more of a passing league. We're not in a running league, but he's lucky that he's in this division. He'll be in this division where they run it. So more or less we can sparingly use him as the guy when we know it's going to be a pass. We can put him in there because you know it's going to be a pass. You got Schwartz. He's a mastermind when it comes to the defense. For him to have that type of player, that would be great. For us, him on offense, I think that he'll have a package. I'm pretty sure he'll have a package, and we'll set him up with those certain plays where, because we need that guy that's going to be that speedster, that guy that's going to be, they got reliable hands. One thing about him, he's going to get bigger. He's still a kid, practically. He's still a kid, but he's going to get bigger. You know what I'm saying? He's going to get size on him. It's just going to take a little while, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Does he do kick and punt returns?
Yes.
Too? Okay.
He does everything.
I'd like to see him on the return
The
team.
kid's good. That's why I'm tripping out, because I wonder who said that he wasn't good. He's good. Like people say that he's a generational talent. This is not something I'm making up. This is what people say about the kid. He's very bright. The guy, he had, well, I don't know if you take a basket weaving, but he got a 3.9 GPA. He had to learn offensive plays and defensive plays in college. So it won't be something that he'd be new to. So that's why I say that, And then just to have that type of excitement back with us, to have a player that's exciting. We need that.
Well, Jerry Judy's pretty exciting. Who else did we add?
Cedric Tillman. I liked Cedric Tillman until he got hurt. He was having a decent year until his injury.
Agreed. He was. He got a concussion, right? That was his.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, he had a concussion.
I thought there was something else that I don't remember, but
but
I thought he was having
what I'm saying is that new guy coming in, that guy that we picked to come in with excitement, just like how Baker, we picked Baker. So when Baker came in, it was all about Baker. You know what I'm saying? Although I don't agree with what the coach did as far, congratulations, you're number 2. That's wild. But other than that, is like when we get that type of player, the energy that we have, it's almost like when LeBron was in Cleveland. It's that energy that we had. It was exciting. You had something to talk about. You had, we got this good player. Our secondary is going to be looking pretty nice. The wide receiver room is going to look pretty nice. With the player like Hunter.
Yeah, I'd be happy with Hunter or Carter. Yeah. So we'll see. But hey, guys, I'm going to jump off for a little bit. I'll join you after the Browns pick, and we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Sounds great, Keith. By the way, right. before you bounce, check this out. Do you have a second?
Sure. Yeah.
Check this out. Sal, have you ever seen this?
Oh yeah.
All right, here, for the people that haven't, give it a second here. Let it.
And he rattles off a laundry list of things that he anticipates the other guy's going to make fun of him for. When he ends, he says, "Here, tell these people something they don't know about me." Hands the microphone back. And what he's done is he seized control of the situation. He's made fun of himself so that nobody else can. And that's kind of what this Cleveland Browns perfect season parody parade and protest was really all about.
I don't believe this has ever been done before in the NFL.
Okay. Sad Santa.
We own the road all the way around First Energy Stadium.
Go Browns! Go Browns!
Cleveland Browns fans own the road all the way around, something that we built with our taxpayer money in the city of Cleveland.
True story.
That's absolutely true.
That's the syntax.
Right now, We took ownership of it at 9 a.m. this morning, and we're not giving it back until 3 in the afternoon. That is ours. That team is ours, and they've got to be better. Got to get better. I can't believe you're here. Going, eh? I cannot believe you are here. I thought no one was supposed to show. No. This should be the mayor. Buck Jackson, Chris McNeil. Great sign, guys. This is awesome, man. Hey, that's awesome. That's the right message right there. That's right. This is the owner. I am impressed. Hey, this is right here. Reef Log's right here. Reef Log is right here. This is Reef Log right here.
Yeah!
Okay, wait for it, guys. Here it is.
Thank you. Hey, you guys. Oh, yeah. You guys. Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, I don't have a float. This
Here it is.
No, you're on my float. You're on my float. Look at what a beautiful day. I mean, it's freaking what, 8 degrees out? 8 degrees.
Wait for it.
It is 8 degrees in Cleveland, Ohio on January 6th. And we're out here. We're about to have a parade. It's a team that hasn't won a damn game, won 1 game in 2 years, and we're about to have a parade. These people care so much. I care so much.
Who cares?
Let's hear for the Brownies. We're going to turn this around next year. Come on, let's do it! You know what? I wouldn't trade today. Everybody was saying, are you going to cancel this because of the weather?
Here we go.
Oh
Here we
my
go. Here
God.
we go.
I didn't even think about it for a second. For a second. Are you kidding me? There's no way. This is a beautiful day.
Keith Piper. I live in North Olmsted. My favorite game, and I've been getting season tickets for a while, was probably in 2007, the last time they were actually good, in the snow game against Buffalo. We walked in looking like snowmen. It was a real fun time.
Plus, I love football in Cleveland when it's cold.
A fun day.
Yeah. Keith Piper was in Football Equals Family, our Browns documentary.
Yep. Yeah. And, thank God I was still drinking back then because it sure warmed me up.
That was a very cold day. Okay, Keith, to be continued. We'll welcome you back on your way back when that is after we make our.
All right. So
All right, take care, buddy.
All right, take it easy, bro.
That was kind of whoa. Let me zoom out here. There we go. How about that? Yeah, that was wild, huh? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
Back in the day. All right, we are just minutes away, right?
Yeah.
About to go live. Let's go ahead and switch the screens here, shall we? Hey, David is wondering if the Bills are going to trade their running back Cook. How closely do you follow the rest of the league?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Tiny bit.
Man.
Yeah, I just wish the Browns would re-sign Nick Chubb. Like, you can have a back, like, maybe he won't be your feature back, but just have it as your number 2 or your number 3 back.
So are we getting rid of Pierre Strong? We got to get rid of Pierre Strong or 4 if we keep Chubb.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We get rid of Pierre Strong and we keep Jerome Ford. That's fine. And maybe we draft a running back in the top 4 rounds, and we bring those 3 running backs in, and we ask him to be versatile. And as Nick Chubb kind of progresses back, give the kid a shot. He's a professional, if nothing else. He's a workhorse. And he didn't look good last year. The entire line didn't look good last
year.
You can't judge Nick Chubb because he couldn't get through a line that didn't give anyone holes. Yeah. So that's just kind of how I'm looking at it. Did Keith join here? Oh, okay. Keith joined to unjoin. Got it.
And then again, do you want him to go to Pittsburgh, or you want to see him in Baltimore, or you want to see him in Cincinnati? Do you really want that?
No.
Yeah. So that's just the only way I look at it from that standpoint.
I don't know. My nightmare scenario would be Will Howard going to Pittsburgh, where he could be Ben Roethlisberger for 18 years.
Yeah.
That sounds hellish to me, because I think Will Howard is legit. I hope the Browns can get him maybe in the second round. I don't think he'll be there in the second round.
You don't think he'll be there in the second round?
No, I don't. Why would somebody built like the exact height and weight of Josh Allen, who's used to playing in outdoor conditions at The Ohio State University, who's battled adversity, and they beat 6 of the top 8 teams on their way to a championship, He's the only NFL or the only college quarterback to win a championship last year. And according to all the Baker haters out there, that's all that matters. Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl in this team sport. All that matters is championship. Well, then, yeah, you draft Will Howard. Are you kidding me?
He's a winner. He's a winner.
Got it done at the top echelon, at the highest levels, under the highest scrutiny. The dude is a winner, Sal. Yes, I take him absolutely. I'm a huge Will Howard fan. You're saying he's a winner.
That's all that counts. You want a winner. You don't want anyone that hasn't won. You know, it's just, I don't know. Everything's different. Not to go off a subject, but like, look at the kid from Tennessee. That he had. So he went to the playoffs, and now he wants more money because another quarterback got more money, and then he ends up going to another school where he probably won't have the same opportunity or talent that he had in Tennessee. So now, I mean, I feel that money is going to change everything, which I didn't want that to happen. I think the kids deserve to get paid, but when you got kids that's talking about, I'm not going to go to training camp when you didn't already sign a deal saying that you're going to take this money to play for the school, then I feel that's wrong. But you have to be a winner, hands down a winner. If you're a winner, I think you deserve to get put in that upper echelon, and you deserve to get the credit you deserve. And it's sad that Will Howard, he doesn't get his just due. I mean, he had a good team, but still, he was throwing that thing.
Yeah, imagine criticizing Michael Jordan because he had a top 50 player in Scottie Pippen, and that Horace Grant and Dennis Rodman were nothing to write off, nothing to scoff at. And by the way, you had
one of
the best coaches of all time. So imagine docking Michael Jordan points because he was surrounded by some of the best players and coaches to ever assemble. And as the face of the franchise, they would bend over backward to make sure you're marketable. So of course they're going to gently give you a couple more foul calls and gently let you have a little bit more leeway with the hand checks and maybe push off in against the Utah Jazz to get that final victory. It doesn't hurt to have the world in your pocket. So spare me the Will Howard had a good receiver on his team. Yeah, that's called championship winning teams. And he did not succumb under all of the weight of the expectations and the pressure there, because we expect perfection. We expect perfect seasons, not perfect winless seasons. We expect perfection. That's not too much to ask. I know it is, but fuck it. It's a sport. We're having fun here, right? Like if we're going to dream, why not dream big? That's where I'm at. So
the bounce back from Michigan, come on, give it to him. That bounce back from Michigan, any other player that lost to Michigan, from what I heard, they was giving this kid death threats and stuff. That kid bounced back from that Michigan loss and beat 4 of the best teams in the country, avenged the loss that he had before, then beat the SEC. Silly. And then gave it to Notre Dame, which everybody wanted Notre Dame to win, but gave it to Notre Dame.
I don't know if everybody wanted them to win. No way.
Yeah.
No.
You don't know how much people hate Ohio State. But look, I live where I live at right now. Oh man, you should have heard how crazy these folks were talking about Ohio State. Oh, the SEC gonna kill them, this, that, and other. They're not built. And I'm like, you'll see. I was like, you'll see. I was like, Ohio State is good. I was like, when they beat Tennessee, don't say nothing. I like what Will Howard said. He was like, yeah, Tennessee came out there. They were at the horseshoe. They came out there with their shirts off and, running over there. And he was like, yeah, they came there thinking they're going to intimidate somebody. But that air hit them. They had to put on the clothes. Yeah. He was like, once I saw that, I knew they were going to lose.
That's hilarious. By the way, we're just a minute away from things getting started. So just run through this real quick here. David Ban asks, is Chubb going to be reliable? Sal, answer that question. Will Nick Chubb be reliable this year?
Yes, he will be very reliable. I think that he has that je ne sais quoi about him. He has heart. You know, he loves Cleveland, so that's why I love him.
Yeah, we should ride or die with our players that we draft.
Yes.
Which is why I was so against what they did to Baker. I know it got weird at the end, I guess, but come on, man. Like, let's figure it out. We're all talented. We're all trying to find something that's meaningful, success, sustainable. Come on. We don't need to do what they did. So I'm over it. Not really, but I don't talk about it as much as I feel like talking about it. Shockingly, I would talk about it 10 times more once you get me going, but today's not that day. Exactly. I'm looking forward through the windshield today. I'll glance at the rear view, but I'm really focused forward. Deltona Doug says Will Howard will be there in the second round. I guarantee you, Sal, if Deltona Doug would bet you 1 Ethereum coin, if Will Howard would be there in the second round, what would Sal say to that hypothetically? Do you think Will Howard will be there in the second round? Would you take that bet?
I'm kind of scared. I think that Pittsburgh, I don't know why. I think that Pittsburgh is gonna. I think it's 2 players they'll take. I think they'll either take the kid that got hurt, that played for Louisville.
Shook.
Yeah, Shook. They'll either take Shook or they'll take Will Howard. Those are the 2 I see that they're built that way. You know, Shook, he can throw the ball. He's a big guy. I was watching him play. You know, I don't think he has he just caught freak accident. It wasn't like he got hurt, like a actual injury that is going to stop him from playing. But he you know, his durability might be a question, but I think it's just bad luck. But he can throw the ball, and he's a big guy. Same thing with Will Howard. You know, I think he's a winner. You can't go judge a person without judging that heart, man. And I feel that he got heart, man.
Yeah, everybody says, "Oh, get him in the 3rd or 4th or 5th round." I'm like, he's going to be gone in the 1st. Now maybe he won't, but I'm telling you, they're making a big mistake. He's right there. I didn't like him after. Look, he flubbed under the bright lights of the Oregon game. It was all on him screwing up. Remember, he didn't get down with 1 second to spare, and the clock didn't stop, and we couldn't make the field goal.
Get the field goal.
He couldn't make it happen. That was Will Howard. That was the guy that was unable to defeat that team up north somehow. I wasn't all in on him. I wasn't all in on Coach Ryan Day. And they both won me over. You know, make no mistake about it. They won me over. They're legit. They are absolutely legit. So I don't know, man. I couldn't envision a world where the NFL would watch what I watched and allow Will Howard to be available on the second day. If he is, oh my God, Cleveland Browns take Travis Hunter and take Will Howard as their second pick.
Good.
Completely. Now you have a face for the future. Now you have dynamic players. Oh my gosh, that's what I'm hoping for. That sounds really exciting to me. But of course, I'll see.
And I watched the Gruden quarterback club, and I liked him. Out of the guys I saw, I liked him the most.
Who did he remind you of? Did he remind you of anyone? By the way, Tennessee is on the clock right now. We fully expect them to take. Okay, why am I zoomed in on that? What in the hell is happening? That is not targeted to my demographic. You know, well, you can't win, right? So if I'm thinking about Tahiti, but I never say it out loud, and then I get an ad for Tahiti, I'm not a fan of that.
Right.
On the flip side, I've never shopped for that a single time on Amazon. That makes no sense being in my basket. I'm like, well, it would make more sense if you were advertising a Cleveland Browns like custom jersey.
Right.
Anyway, all right. The NFL draft. Yeah, look, this is the NFL draft. Why is ESPN advertising this content on this page at this time? Is a bigger question.
Money. Come on, man. Money.
What dads want to see that?
No one, but it doesn't matter. They try to get money, man. That's what I noticed about everything. even with the woke generation, they got to make a decision. You can't be woke and then want to be a capitalist. You got to choose. You got to choose your God. Okay, either you're gonna be the God of money or the God of woke. Okay, make a decision. That's the way that works.
Money or woke. Money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to
Mhm.
get both, right?
Yeah.
Tennessee on the clock. It's just a no-brainer for Cam Ward.
I know.
I guess. How about they shock the world and do something different?
Man, there's no way they do it. If they do that, this is gonna go down.
Hey. What if the Browns offer something to move up one spot and go, look, you'll get your second best person. You've evaluated this draft more than anyone because it's so crucial. We'll give you extra draft capital for one spot.
I don't know.
If I were the Browns and I loved Cam Ward and he was really the only choice in this draft that we thought would fit what we're trying to do, well, yeah, I think you have to do that, right?
But they said that if Bryce Young had came in this draft, that he would be the number one pick. So that's what kind of moves the needle with me. It's like, why would you do that? You know, if you're just saying that this guy is the better quarterback, you know. So I don't know.
All right, here, let's pick some music. We're gonna put some music in the background, Sal. Ready?
All right.
Sal gets to decide. Actually, David Bann and anybody, Deltona Doug, who is your team, by the way? But type it in the comments. What type of music in the background do we want? Chill. Can I just start playing it and then it just starts playing? Can you hear the music? Okay, so I could turn the volume of this down. There's down tempo.
All right.
It's actually not bad. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
All right, that's the leader right now. This is called chill hop.
I like that. It's better than the music you hear when they put you on hold. Like,
Yeah, you get the music. You get the elevator music. This one is hip hop. This one is lo-fi. I do like lo-fi usually. Sal, could you live with this one?
oh yeah.
Okay. I'll bring it down in the feed a little bit. We'll keep it up here though, just kind of while we're hanging out. Okay, good. Some background music. Titans on the clock. How much do you think it would cost for the Browns to move up one spot in this draft?
Probably the number one pick.
Next year's number one?
Yeah.
If Cam Ward was your guy, would you do it?
No.
What if you're
No.
Kevin Stefanski and you're Andrew Berry and this is your last chance and you're willing to sacrifice next year because you need the most talented player and it's clearly Cam Ward and you can win.
Too much of a risk. We got too many holes. We got too many holes. Too much of a risk.
They will lose their job if they don't get the quarterback position right with the future.
And that's why you don't pick him, because if it don't work out, you going within, because the Ward has to start. If you get Ward, he starts. Okay, that's one thing. He starts if you get Ward because he's number one. That's why I wouldn't get a quarterback with the number two pick. Get you a guy that you kind of got to develop a little bit, and maybe in mid-season you put him in there. You get what I'm saying? But if you get Ward, that means that he starts game one. What's you getting Flacco? Why get Flacco? Why get Joe if we going because he has to start. He's the number one pick, man. He has to start. It's too much. They better off going get Will Howard. He end up being the next Brock Purdy. And that be the situation compared to it being you going for the number one pick. Because if it don't work out, they are gone.
Hey, let me ask Delta Doug real quick. His team is it a he or a she? I'm sorry. Deltona Doug, do you want to jump in the show? You want to talk about the draft as it unfolds? We brought in somebody yesterday, and they were fantastic. They were really good. But yeah, if you scroll up to the top of the Sal on your side, can you scroll and get the comments? Can you go up to the top? Do you see what's pinned in the comment section? Are you watching on a laptop?
Yes. I'm watching it. The Bengals is Doug's team.
Yes.
You said Will Howard will be there in the second round. I guarantee you.
Well, let me say this. Deltona Doug, would you like to join the show? Let me just ask you that real quick. So that is the link. If you scroll up, it should be pinned to the comments section at the top somewhere. However, it's pinned. But this is open to anybody watching. Like, we're all going to watch what happens in the draft and talk about it. You know, Keith might jump out. Someone might come in. Someone might jump in. Everyone's welcome to jump in, you know? That's what we're doing here. All right, they got how many minutes left here? They got 5 minutes. Where are they at? 6 minutes. They're fielding offers.
Take them this long. Goodness gracious.
Are you surprised?
I guess they're trying to be suspenseful.
All right, Sal, give me a moment. I'm going to refresh my beverage while we await the Tennessee Titans on the clock. 5 minutes, 51 seconds left in the 2025 NFL Draft here on the Unhappy Hour with the New American Media. All right. It's in. As expected, no surprises. Yeah, let's zoom in. How do we zoom in here? Cam Ward, Miami, Sal, 0 surprises.
Yeah. Saw that coming.
Do you think they were right to give up on Will Levis this early?
Yes, they were right. They were correct. They were correct.
You saw what you needed to see.
Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
he's pretty awful.
Yeah.
No offense, but no disrespect, with all due respect, but with all due disrespect, yes.
You're blowing my mind, man. You're blowing my mind.
Yes. Awful.
Trying to figure. There we go. That's how we. Okay, that's better. Now, why does that say 3 next? What is going on this? Okay. Now, wait a minute. What just happened?
Whoa!
Jacksonville is on the clock. We have action, people. Sal, we need to figure out what is occurring. Let me switch the screen. The Cleveland Browns have traded with the Jacksonville Jaguars, as I predicted at the beginning of this show, mind you. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
By the way, not a sponsor. This is a This is a single barrel Jefferson's Reserve that I'm.
That is good. Like Jefferson Reserve.
And I have an old school Cleveland Browns tumbler here, little rocks.
Yeah.
Cheers, Sal.
Hey.
Things third, we are accumulating.
Wow.
Assets.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk about the upside to accumulating assets. If we don't love what the options are at 2, we can slide back. So we've slid back now to number 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5.
5.
What are the terms of this?
We're getting a running back. I think we're getting a running back.
Really?
I think we're getting a running back because we're not getting Nick Chubb back. I think it just makes sense for us to get the run back. That's the sexier pick. I think it'll be good to get a lineman to be safe, but the sexier pick is the running back. The kid from Boise is good.
All right, let me jump in. Adam Schefter reporting per ESPN sources 3 minutes ago. Browns have traded the number 2 overall pick and a 4th round pick, which is number 104, and a 6th round pick, number 200, to the Jaguars. So that's the number 2, a 4th round, and a 6th round. Jaguars are trading the number 5, a 2nd round pick, which is number 36.
Woo!
So we're gonna run day 2, and we have the number 5 pick, right?
Right.
So we slid back, but we are going to dominate the top of the 2nd round. Multiple quarterbacks could be there. Multiple talented running backs could be there. And this offense was not fantastic last year. It was bad. And so we could take an offensive tackle and then get a quarterback and get a running back. And you got Jerry Jeudy. You have maybe Cedric Tillman coming back. I don't know. Sal, what are you thinking here? What the hell? Look at this. Big news for the Browns.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it this way. They saw the second round. They saw players that they like in the 2nd round, and I think that's a good look, because you'll find something that you'll want in the 2nd round. Because the people that's in the end of the 1st round, they don't need anything. The rich is getting richer, so they'll be able to get a quarterback, and they'll possibly be able to get a wide receiver. I think they're going for wide receiver. I don't know why. My dream of all dreams, since you said this, Will Howard and the other kid from Ohio State, the wide receiver from Ohio State.
Abuka?
Yes. Because I'm looking at, this is what I'm talking about. Chemistry.
Chemistry.
The chemistry with that, man, that'll be amazing.
Hold on. We would go from maybe 2 Colorado Buffaloes to maybe 2 Ohio State Buckeyes, or you get Travion Henderson and Will Howard. Ooh, Quinshawn Judkins and Emeka Ibuka. Are you kidding? Hold on. We could do that. I don't know. These players might be gone in the first round, and we won't.
Nah,
have
they
a chance.
won't. They won't. I don't think so.
We're going to dominate the second round. So let me just recap here. And I'm not sure if this is correct, but they're saying, once again, Browns trade the number 2 pick and a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder to the Jaguars. Jaguars give the Browns the number 5 pick this year, a 2nd round pick, which is number 36 this year, and a 4th round pick, and their 2026 first round pick.
Woo!
To the Browns.
Woo!
We just got a first round pick of the Jaguars next year for sliding back 3 spots, and we get another pick right at the top of the second round of this year's draft. Hey,
It's worth it.
Whoa, man.
It's worth it. I feel it's worth it.
This is really happening. But we got to double check if we have the details right. Salary, what are you seeing?
The pick is in. They hugging each other in Jacksonville. Goodness gracious. So they getting Travis Hunter. Yeah.
So that's who we said we didn't want on our team. Maybe he was overrated.
They must have found out something. That's what I think. They found something out.
Or look, we get a first round pick, we get another pick in the second, and we just slip back 3 picks.
Yeah.
We know that there are players that offensive tackle we need a tackle to anchor this line so desperately, and we're we get to pick the first one out of the entire group.
Yeah, the best one.
It's sexy, but then we can get some position players. 2 picks this year now, right at the beginning of next round. So I'm not mad at this, and I am so happy to just let them cook because they've got to get this right. And I like adding another first round from a team that was this poorly, this poor of a performer this year.
And just imagine a team like
next year's pick could be a very nice pick, is what I'm saying. In the first round.
Imagine a team like Carolina getting the first round pick. They don't need a quarterback. So we got 2 first round picks. We can go to Carolina like, here you go, and get whoever we want.
Well, I don't think we're done. There were thoughts that we could jump back into the first. And so we might grab some of these assets and jump back into the first round for all we know.
That's true.
Hey, play it like a game of poker. Just wheel and deal. Like, have fun with it. It's a fun time of
Sonny
year.
Weaver Jr. All right now.
All right. We
Sonny Weaver Jr.
We got to get some of the details. Let me hit refresh. It still says on the clock. The pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is in. It's been in. Here you go.
We got an update. I'm just waiting on an update here. Jacksonville traded with Cleveland. Cleveland grabbing an extra first-round pick. I like it. We need it. We've been devoid of first-round picks. Travis Hunter. Wait. No, hold on. Travis Hunter is the pick. That is who the Browns will forever be linked with giving up. Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
So you wonder what type of career he's going to have. And are we going to always look back and go, man, that could have been us?
Yeah.
That could have been us, Sal. I mean, I heard people say he's not elite at either corner or wide receiver. Or just
he's solid. He's solid. He's a solid athlete.
He's a little undersized.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of good things about his character and his work ethic, though. That's
what won me over. He's a smart guy.
We appreciate. Sal, can you explain to people that have maybe never talked to Cleveland Browns football before, why does that matter to us based on the people we've drafted in the past? Why would you say this is so important for a Cleveland football player when they come in here? We've seen where it doesn't work because of what's in the ear holes of the helmet.
But when I think about it, I'll use this as the best example. Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
And Josh Gordon. Those two were supposed to be the future of our team. And Josh Gordon, for some reason, couldn't he couldn't function without having some type of narcotic in his system. Same thing with Johnny Manziel. Then when you got Johnny Manziel as the leader of the team, and you see you have to have someone that's smart, but you have to have someone that's responsible. We haven't had that. We choose Deshaun Watson, for Christ's sake, to be our quarterback. You have to have someone that's smart and someone that's accountable. They hold self accountable and the rest of the team accountable. From what I hear about Deshaun Watson, he wasn't held accountable when he came here. And for that to be the case, you know, you got a locker room full of people, full of men. They know what he's done, and they're not judging him on that. But it's the fact that he's not being successful. When you're not successful on a team, it don't matter what happened. You seem pretty guilty. That's just what it is. And it hurts the team. You know, what's the other guy? The wide receiver that we had, Corey Coleman. He's another guy, not smart, emotional. Justin, the cornerback. He was the same way.
Justin Gilbert.
Yeah, Justin Gilbert. He was supposed to be the top guy. Mentally, he wasn't there. Physically, he had all the physical attributes to be successful in the league, but he wasn't a smart guy. And, you know, he just wasn't willing to put in the work. And I think ultimately that's the biggest problem you run into when it comes to these guys. They're not willing to put in the work and do what they need to do to succeed in the league. Then that's what made everything problematic.
It's very important what's between the ears.
Yes.
You know, and the Browns just said, look, there's a lot of good players here, but we have some needs that have to be addressed. If we can accumulate additional talent to help us address other positions, we're going to do that because, you know, but, you know, the thing about Hunter is you're getting two players for one. That would address two different positions. And it's like the mathematics of that is so obvious. It is so, you know, that is, of course, if he's going to play the correct number of plays. By the way, Nimbus seems to approve of this trade. If you're seeing him grooming on my Cleveland Browns hat, trying to step on the keyboard here. He approves of the trade, Mr. Nimbus.
Hey, we have to, this might go down in history, man. This is cool. We have to remember this. This might go down in history.
Well, it's the reshaping of the franchise.
Yeah.
We're always going to be linked. You know, so what does this mean? Would we root against the success of Travis Hunter? Because then that would mean that we made a terrible decision to pass on a generational talent, a horrible reminder of what we could have done if we didn't outthink ourselves? Or is this going to be a chance to really get the assets we need to relaunch, because we've been so depleted of resources based on trading away 3 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson? We've just been in purgatory, and it finally caught up with us. All the 3 talented players we couldn't draft to fill holes on our team, and it's just they all wanted paid at the same time. You know, they all tried to cash their checks on the same day.
Wow.
And now we're trying to make up for that.
I blame this on Travis. I kind of blame this on Travis Hunter a little bit because, you know, he said that if he couldn't play both positions, that he didn't want to play at all. So for you to make something like to make such a comment, you know, that might set wrong in the spirits of AB and the other guys, you know, because, hey, man, we want someone here that wants to be here, number one. And number two, we want someone that's going to be able to turn this thing around. So if that means that you have to be a defensive back, you have to be the corner, the lockdown corner, it looked like you should be able and willing to do anything that will make the team successful, no matter what it is. Not saying nothing crazy like him playing defensive line, but you get what I'm saying. For him to make that comment was crazy.
But I would argue, though, if I am trying to be in charge of my career, and as a human being, your draft capital, as it was, would be essentially your body and your thoughts and the way you are going to want to approach the next step of your career. And I think he has every right to say, this is how I intend to approach this. This is who I am coming to your organization. If you're not okay with this version of me, I would like to play with a team that would let me participate in the game of football that I love without restricting me one way or the other. I won the Heisman. I'm entitled to playing the game how I want to play it. I think it's fair for him to say that and say it up front and go, don't get any fancy ideas. You will have the least happy camper on earth if you don't let me play both sides of the ball. And I think he has the right to say that. And I'm not saying you're saying he doesn't have the right to. Right. But I know, it rubs some people the wrong way. Oh, he's a diva. But it's like, I am my career, and I would like to kind of set up, if we're not a good match, please don't swipe right. Don't swipe right on this if we're not let's talk. Like, this is what I'm aiming for. Are we on the same page or are we not? And there's a lot of times, partnerships, relationships, draft picks, franchises, you're not on the same page. Short-term, medium-term, long-term, and it just doesn't work sometimes. And it's not always bad if that pairing isn't perfect. Right. But it matters if you're in the perfect situation for it. Tom Brady, would he have been Tom Brady without Bill Belichick? Would Bill Belichick have been Bill Belichick without Tom Brady? We'll never know. We know Belichick showed really strong promise in Cleveland. And then, of course, Brady. But, yeah, it's all about...
But, hey, not only that, when you look at the coaching staff of that team, like, look at all those Hall of Fame coaches that was on that team. So it couldn't help but be great. I just wish that Michael White had signed on the Gateway project to to fix up the stadium, to get them a new stadium. I think that would have been awesome for Cleveland. I'm pretty sure we'd have won at least two. We'd have won at least two. We might have won more because we wouldn't have got rid of Belichick, and he would have stayed there. We could have possibly had a dynasty, but it's the biggest what if in the world,
So here's what we had. Defensive coordinator Rick Venturi. By the way, the Giants have drafted Abdul Carter, their number 3 pick. But let me just jump back to this, and we'll talk about Abdul Carter, who is off the board now. We cannot pair him with Myles Garrett, so forever linked with this player. That we cannot build the future of the Browns that way.
The bookends.
Forever be impossible to build that way. Patriots on the clock here. We'll see what they do. But Grok continues. Rick Venturi, defensive coordinator. Offensive coordinator Steve Crosby. Kirk Ferentz was an offensive line coach who later became head coach at the University of Iowa. Kirk Ferentz. Jim Schwartz, personnel scout and assistant coach. Defensive coordinator and head coach in the NFL. Eric Mangini, former head coach for the Jets and the Browns. Pat Hill, Mike Tice. But yeah, Bill Belichick on that roster. Now, I actually have probably said this wrong for a long time. I guess Nick Saban had already left because I always added Nick Saban to this, but maybe he wasn't there in that final season.
I thought he was there. I thought Saban was there, and it was a guy that was a scout that was a coach also.
Okay, I'm going to ask, when was Saban on the Browns coaching staff? 91 to 94. He left after 94 to be the head coach at Michigan State.
Yeah.
So he left from 94 to head coach at Michigan State. So yeah, he was already gone, but he was from the Cleveland Browns coaching tree.
Right.
I mean, we were cranking out talent. Like we were on to things. We had stuff going on. Yes, David Bann, that is a very big trade for the Cleveland Browns franchise that we just made. Accumulating, we still get the number 5 pick, so we're going to be up, right after the Patriots pick. It's all happening, folks. It's all happening right now. We're going to find out what we prioritize. We must have said there are 5 great players that will help us immediately if we can slide back and collect assets and dominate the top half of the second round, or package 2 second-round picks to jump in at number 20. And now you had 2 first-round picks, but one a little past the top 5.
Yeah.
Not so far to 30, 31, 32, but like if you could get 2 within the top 15, top 25.
Because there's no big difference between 35 and 20. No big difference.
And I love that we're all guessing because like nobody knows. Like, and some of the best players will get drafted to just a bad situation or a bad injury, and it's like so you'll always think of, oh, that was a wasted pick, or that sucked. They never panned out. And it's like it was an injury. Like you can't predict some of those things. Like relax. Like you have to take in a little bit of grace. It's just
I was so excited about Schwartz. I remember that kid was so fast, and I remember watching the Auburn tape on the kid. Kid was super fast. You know, he do kickoff returns, and I'm like, worst case scenario, we got the next
Josh Cribbs, Eric Metcalf.
Yeah. We got the next day. He could be the next guy. He wasn't sure-handed. He wasn't that fast, you know, when it came to football speed, you know, and he ended up
Little did we know that he was going to run the career of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. Now he works at Rent-A-Center. It's crazy.
Does he work at Rent-A-Center?
No, I'm just making that up, man. I don't know. Just sound funny. I'm sorry.
No, it's a good line. It's a good line. All right, Patriots on the clock. Let's see how much time we got left. They got to be getting close here, right?
Right.
Pick is in, they're saying, which puts the Browns on the clock. Pick is in, Patriots. Ooh. Ashton Gianti.
What?
No. Hold on. I'm reading off some of the best available that as they're best fit. Membu out of Missouri. Wondering who the Patriots are going to select here.
I think they're gonna shore up that offensive line. That just makes sense.
Yeah, but it's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life for the Patriots. They're under new management.
That's correct.
There's no doubt about that. By the way, however you are watching us, thank you for finding us here on the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. And this, of course, is a division of the New American Media. Thank you all for being here. Looky here. Well, it happened. If the Browns were looking at taking offensive tackle, we talked about tackle, and that is who they selected. The Patriots have taken Will Campbell, 6'6", 323-pound offensive tackle, a junior out of LSU, and he is
They said he has small dinosaur T-Rex arms, allegedly.
I've heard this. That was the joke there. I mean, he's a highly rated prospect, you know. Yeah. I mean, they thought he was good enough for that pick, and he is. We're the Cleveland Browns. We're up. What the heck do we do with the Cleveland Browns now that these players have gone? Will Campbell is the first one. We knew that Carter, Hunter, Ward were probably the top 3 picks. Now we're getting into who the heck knows territory. We'd still have the chance to take Shadur Sanders if we wanted. Yeah. He's right there, and we got an extra first-round pick and an extra second-round pick to give you Quinshawn Judkins to pair him with, or something.
Yes.
Or Travion Henderson and Will Howard, Jackson Dart, and then Omari, and you know the heck, that guy out of Carolina. What is it, Hampton?
Yeah, Hampton. That kid's good too. I was watching his highlights. Yeah, that kid's good.
Oh my gosh, the Browns are on the clock, Sal. What is going on? Are you updating Twitter? What are you watching? How are you consuming your information? What are you doing, sir?
I'm watching it on television. I'm watching it on TV. I'm watching Will Campbell hug the commissioner, do the thing. Yeah, man. Goodness gracious. This is crazy. Yeah, Will Campbell, that's one thing they did say about him. He has great work ethic. They say he's the guy that brings his lunch pail. He's like the Joe Thomas type, type of guy.
Which guy is this?
Will Campbell. Will Campbell. They say that he's that type of guy. He's a great character guy, like very hard worker, great character guy.
By the way, let me add this here. Nick Padone sent this out on X and said the Cleveland Browns are telling you just how bad the Deshaun Watson nightmare was. They know they aren't in a position to compete. It's all about stacking assets they've missed out on over the last 3 years. Thoughts, Sal?
That's very much the case for them to make this decision, and the way they kept it under wraps until now. They talked about it, but I didn't think that they would go through with it, and I didn't think that they would get the haul that they got. But I agree with it. If they can get they got a first round for next year and a second round and a fourth round for the second round for the second pick of the draft. Can't really beat that.
We need to confirm the details of the trade. Let me. Browns trade with All right. The Browns traded number 2 in a 4th round and a 6th round in the 2025 NFL Draft. Browns received the number 5, a 2nd round pick, number 36, a 4th round pick, 126, and a 2026 1st round pick from the Jaguars. We could have taken Travis Hunter. That's who the Jaguars selected, wide receiver cornerback Travis Hunter. And now the Cleveland Browns gained additional draft capital to address multiple roster needs. We have multiple roster needs.
The O-line is atrocious.
You said the O-line is atrocious?
Yes.
Who do you like?
We need to fix that up fast. And I mean, the coach from Rice, hopefully he's our guy, and he can get those guys in the system. From what I heard, they threw things together for the guy that came in, and I mean, he just didn't have good luck. Most of the guys got hurt, so we weren't expecting all those injuries and all that stuff to happen last year. So hopefully we can get these guys healthy. We can shore it up and get some young guys in there. We got some old guys over there, man. We got some old guys over there.
Yeah, we do. And I keep hearing that might include which one of our linemen? We have Wyatt Teller, I think, was on the trading block. All right, the pick is in, and we do not even go offense. We go Mason Graham. Latest from Adam Schefter says, with tonight's trade, the Browns are now armed to select a quarterback in this or next year's draft. They currently own 3 of the top 36 picks, number 5, 33, and 36. Then they own the Jaguars' 2026 first-round pick. So that's who we have there. And defensive tackle, Mason Graham from the University of Michigan, 6'3", 320. This is the pick, defensive tackle. Was this part of the plan that the Cleveland Browns told Myles Garrett, I'm going to get you the most badass tackle in all of the land? He is an absolute wrecking ball.
He's a monster.
He will vacuum the pressure off of you in a way that you've never seen in your career. We believe in him that much. We want to do that for you because you're getting triple teamed and you're sick of it. And that we're finally listening to you now that you threatened to walk out that door. Baby, don't leave. Baby, we'll be great. Baby, I'll be good again. I swear, I'll never act like that again. Come on, baby. You turned to Ike and Tina Turner from the old skits. Oh, come on, baby.
Yeah, come on.
Like that. Oh, come on. So let's talk about Mason Graham. What do you know about him? What do you think about the value pick at this position now that we slid back a few picks and will not get Travis Hunter?
Well, I watched the Ohio State game. That kid's a freaking monster. He's a double team, triple team type of guy. And when you get in the league, he I think he's going to wreak a little havoc in the league.
Yeah,
he's not a little guy at all.
No, he is not. His card once again is 6'3", 320. Dude is a beast. I was hoping we were going offense though, Sal.
Yeah,
little bummed. I don't know that you're going to be selling season tickets because you have Mason Graham and you had Shedeur Sanderson right there, but you didn't take him.
We'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. I think Schwartz. I think Schwartz would. He'll be able to work wonders with this kid. We need to retool the defense also, but the offense need help. We need. We can hold on. Like I told you, with what we have now, we don't need to really worry about a quarterback. I mean, and that's especially if we're going to get one next year, where it's going to be very plentiful when it comes to the quarterback talent that's going to be for next year. But if we were to pick someone, like I said, Will Howard, Monroe, those would be the two that I would. Me personally, I like those two.
And some people like Jackson Dart. Some people are just sleeping on Kyle McCord. I mean, who just very quietly balled out. His major crime at Ohio State was not beating that team up north and not being able to be promised the starting spot after so many people were frustrated with that end of year performance and letdown. There's a lot of players that bring certain talents to the table. Are they the tallest, the fastest, the best arm strength? Are they the smartest? Look, you're drafting a very unfinished product. It's about making it work. Anybody should work. If you're a program that can work, it should work for everybody. You should just be able to bring in the right type of person and have a system that will put them in a position for success. I don't know. I mean, I get that there's injuries and I get that things happen and there are talent differences on teams, but I don't know, man. I just want to be a stable, successful franchise, and this is giving us more assets to do that.
But what fits the fancy type of offense when it comes to that type of quarterback is what I'm looking at, and I'm also looking at our division. What we have in our division, as far as having someone that's going to be able to compete against their contemporaries. I know you like Baker. I love Baker, but he wasn't being competitive against his contemporaries. All the other guys that was there with him, he lost to him. He lost to Herbert. He lost to all those guys. The only person that he had their number was
Burrow.
Yeah, the Cincinnati quarterback, Burrow. Other than that, it's like it'll always be some type of way where we lose. You know what I'm saying? The game that really made me feel shaky on Baker, which you probably know this, is that Green Bay game. That Green Bay game, he played good enough. But my thing was, we need to run the ball. We got the lead. Run the ball.
Hey, right there. Pause on run the ball. Pick number 6 is in. Ashton Janty, running back, Boise State,
Raiders
to Las Vegas.
That's a Raider pick. That's a Raider pick.
Why do you like it?
Nah, that's a Raider pick. Oh. Raiders always go for those type of flashy type guys. That's a Raider pick. But Brady liked him. So Brady. I think Brady got a great eye for talent, and he I think he got some of that from Belichick. I feel good about the Raiders. I think they're going to be a very surprising team this year.
Yeah, you might absolutely be correct with that. He's going out there.
Brady is a winner. That you know what? He's a winner. It's like you don't want to root for the guy, but you have to.
How involved is Brady in the day-to-day? I don't even know.
He's very involved.
I suspected that they were going to try really hard to maybe get a quarterback. So I'm a little
No,
surprised they didn't go that route to give Brady like something to work with immediately upon joining the ownership, to just go, what's the best option we have to grab a talented person and try to coach them up? Which one?
He loves Shador. He loves Shador, from what I've heard.
I'm surprised they didn't grab him there. So
But
we'll see.
no, they couldn't. That running back, that kid's good.
Yeah.
He's good, and he's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's not like Trent Richardson, you know what I'm saying, little and didn't have the vision that he's supposed to have had. This guy has great vision. He's very patient runner, and he had power, you know.
Gianti is listed here at 5'9", 215. 5'9", 215. And the Jets are on the clock. Let me play some reaction here to the trade that came through involving the Cleveland Browns.
We have a
This is Nathan Zagura.
Wow.
Reacting to the trade out of the number 2 spot for the Cleveland Browns.
trade. Okay. The Cleveland Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, number 104, and a 6th round pick, number 200 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jags are trading the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd round pick, number 36.
Yep.
So the Browns will now have 33 and 36, along with number 5.
It's going to get bigger.
4th round pick, number 126, and their 1st round pick in 2026 to move down 3 spots for in a non-quarterback draft. This is an unbelievable haul.
So Tyvis,
this is an unbelievable haul.
You and I talked about this. You and I talked about this before the show started.
All right, so do you think this is an unbelievable haul to slide back a couple of spots and get a second, you know, at the top of the second, and to get a 1st round next year just to slide 3 spots? Is this a haul? Do you agree?
I consider it a haul because that 1st round pick, depending on how Jacksonville play, can be anywhere from 10 to 15. So we get 10 to 15 plus. I don't think we're going to be that good this year. So if we're able to get,
I don't know. I want to be good every year, and I want it to make sense. I want every year to click and just get past the mentality of that it's going to take a long time to fix things. You know, we see it sometimes. It's much better to move too fast and then have to kind of rebalance than it is to go too slow and never quite get anywhere. You know, so
I'm just going off the talent. We have. At the quarterback position, we don't pick a quarterback. I'm fine with us having Flacco and Pickens. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Pickett.
Huh?
Kenny Pickett.
I'm fine with us having Kenny Pickett. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine. Just for now, I'm fine with that.
And if we have those two, that's fine. But I want someone to develop in their system within the top 3 rounds of talent. If it's not a 1st round pick or a 2nd round pick, take someone in the 3rd and develop them. Show that your system works. Get someone of value at the pick. Address other needs, but you got to give us someone. You got to give us some long-term hope, like renting.
I'm looking at, but that's where I look at Will Howard. I look at him because he has that build. He's a AFC North type quarterback. I can't see us getting Dark. Dark don't strike. Dark is not that type of guy. I can either see us getting Howard or getting Melrose.
Okay. Well, I mean, Milroe's an incredible athlete, right? And it's like
great athlete. Off the play action fake, out the play action. I could see us making wonders with him, or even like I said, the guy from Louisville,
Shook.
Yeah, Shook. Because Shook's a big guy. He's like 6'3". And who did you say? You said somebody, the other kid that played for Ohio State. He's a big guy too. McCord.
Henderson?
Well, no, Henderson. Well, we can get a running back. I would love to get Henderson. I love him. He remind me of what's the Ohio State running back he remind me of? He remind me of Pepe Pearson.
Oh my God. Wow.
That's who he remind me of.
Past.
He remind me of Pepe Pearson. That speed, that breakaway speed. It's like once he get into that mode, gone.
By the way, the New York Football Jets are still on the clock. It's showing that the pick is in. And then, of course, after them would be the Carolina Panthers as we're going through the draft. Once again, quarterback Cam Ward going first to the Tennessee Titans. Travis Hunter in the trade with the Cleveland Browns. Jacksonville Jaguars take Travis Hunter out of Colorado, cornerback. New York Giants stay where they were. Take Abdul Carter, edge, Penn State. I love how it's called edge now, not defensive end. Not deep. I don't know why did that happen? Was that necessary?
It sounds sexier than defensive end.
Does it?
Yeah, edge. It's just like if you don't have a position, they put you at an athlete. You like a position, you're an athlete.
Wait, isn't that what they're saying about that quarterback? That athlete. Yeah. You got to develop your play.
They got the offensive tackle from Missouri.
All right, picks in. Membu.
Yeah.
Player card on him. Armand Membu, New York. Let me share this, dude. Can you see this? Yes, good. Armand Membu going to the New York Football Jets, offensive tackle, 6'3", 314 pounds, out of Missouri. Addressing a need over there, and that's going to help Justin Fields immensely, right, Sal?
Yeah. Allowed only one sack in 391 plays.
How is that even possible?
That's a big kid, man. He ain't no little kid. Goodness gracious.
Well, man, that is, how. Hey, let's ask this question: how happy are you that? Imagine you are Justin Fields, and you've been bouncing around a little bit, and you go into a new situation, and it's like, what type of talent is on there, that roster? How helpful is it to get a top of the draft offensive tackle to repair that offensive line and anchor where you're going to be spending your time at work every day?
Yeah, because it's kind of shaky, especially when you think about what happened to Aaron Rodgers the first play of the game. He tore his ACL the first play of the game. I'll never get over that. I was like, what?
Brutal.
Yeah.
Just brutal. It's the worst part of sports. We love sports, but to see some of these injuries, it's been man, that's actually a really good question. Like, which Cleveland Browns player had their career cut short by injury? Like, which awesome player?
Charles Bentley, the center that we had. He got injured.
Staph infection or an ACL?
Yeah, it's a staph infection. And Big Zeus Brown. Big Brown, he got hit in the eye with the I think those two were the ones that really affected affected us the biggest way. Bentley, he went to Villa Angela St. Joe's. I think he went to Villa Angela St. Joe's, and he was a Cleveland guy. Yeah. Villa Angela St. Joe's, man. That dude
wasn't that the Joe Vicious time? Wasn't that around 2007 or something like that? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
Browns were having all sorts of issues with staph
infection. Yeah.
facilities, and LaCharles Bentley came over like he's going to anchor our line, and really just a great free agency signing, and just oh no. And I think it was at practice, right? Like it was
right. Yes.
Oh, that was crushing. I do remember that. Oh man.
But
So
we knew what we were getting. He was in his prime.
Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, every team has had some great players who have had their careers cut short by injury. It's the worst part of the game. I don't know. The draft is such an exciting time, though. You get to retool. Defensive tackle. Let's go back to just the concept. Imagine he's a badass. Think again. What does this do to the rest of the team, Sal? They're looking at Joker, J-O-K, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He may never play football again. Now, maybe he will, or maybe he won't. They're going to have some linebacker shortages. There's a lot of positions on this team that are up for grabs, and they're trying to get some talented people in to please take over and, repair some of the problems with this team. Defensive tackle. I didn't see it coming. We need running back. We need quarterback. We need a lot of things, and I just didn't see defensive tackle. Talk me into it. Hype me up.
No, okay. We need defensive tackle because of the fact that our best player is getting freaking triple teamed, and we couldn't stop the run. And that would be what caused most of the drives to continue. If you look at when we played teams like Pittsburgh, we played teams like the Ravens that actually had good running back play. So we weren't able to stop those teams from being able to gash and get certain type of plays out. Now, when we got a player like Graham, we can clog that hole up and force them to go to either Miles or go to what's the other guy name? I can't think of his name, but the other guy that we got, Harris, I think. Go to Harris. So we'll put ourselves in that type of position. That kid from Michigan is really good, man. I mean, he's really good. And when the lights are bright, he show up. Like he showed up against Ohio State. He showed up against Penn State. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't have the best team, but they put in the work and did what they needed to do. Look what they did to Alabama. That defense, they have a stout defense. And the offense was horrible, but the defense is what kept them in most games. And it's what killed Ohio State with their defense. So
let's pivot over to this. The Carolina Panthers have selected somebody to help out their young quarterback. They are going to get McMillan. How do you pronounce his first name?
T-Mac. They call him T-Mac.
T-Mac? That's what they call him?
Yeah. The kid's he's pretty good. I was watching his highlights. That kid's good. I'm talking about 50-50 balls, he's mossing guys, just catching over everybody. Yeah, he's good. He's a big kid too.
Well, I think it's a good idea. When you have a quarterback that you want to succeed, my God, you got to give him some talent. You've got a little bit of extra energy to invest and just maybe overdraft for him for a little bit. On the front side of your career, I want you to have a few more pieces to get some camaraderie, build some chemistry with, and this whole core of the team grows up together. You see it in different sports where the Cavaliers have basically a core four. They're useful and they're great. They're coming into their own, turning in the prime of their careers together. The Cleveland Indians had that in the 90s. Bell, Baerga, Lofton, Ramirez.
Wow.
Oh my God, Vizquel, Alomar.
That was the greatest team to never do it.
Oh my God.
Them in Seattle were the two teams that should have won. At least one. Them in Seattle. That Seattle team was crazy.
I know.
Those two teams.
The Indians were tough. The Mariners were tough. The Yankees were tough. I mean, you had bouts of the Sox and bouts of the Orioles and bouts of different. I mean, that was a tough era. Yeah. Unfortunately, we gave the Atlanta Braves their only World Series championship.
Yeah.
You know, all of those great pitching teams, the only championship they ever got was against our, doggone it, against the Cleveland Indians. So, but yeah, McMillan teaming up over there, Bryce Young, that's going to help him a lot. Excited to see how that shakes out.
And what I tried to tell you before, I know you love Baker.
I do. He won me over. I did not like Baker when we drafted him. He won me over.
Yeah, I mean he's a good guy.
Liked him. I said anybody but the short, cocky, white quarterback in trouble with the law. I was so scarred from Johnny Manziel. I was so scarred.
Yeah, I know, right? But I knew he wasn't that. I knew he wasn't that type of guy. I knew he was very smart. I knew that he was a winner. That's the thing with me. If you're a winner, I can deal with antics. If you're a winner, I can deal with any antics. If you're a winner, if I see that that's what you're about. But the thing with me was the fact, the way everything happened. I'm not saying what I want you to understand is I'm not saying that Cleveland didn't take any part in this, but it was just the fact that everything happened the way it did. I'm glad it worked out for Baker because he's where he's accepted. But like I keep on telling you, like a move like this is gonna be so good for Carolina because Carolina is gonna they only can go up from here. I think that Baker's just lucky that he had veteran players, he got a good defense, but I think after this year, this is gonna be the last year that it's gonna be like the Bucs are gonna take over the NFC South. After this year, it's gonna be real shaky for him because I think that I got a feeling that Shador is going to the New Orleans Saints, so they'll have a quarterback, a very confident quarterback, and they'll be able to bring that good feeling back to New Orleans. Okay, you look at what happened to Carolina. The quarterback got a target. He didn't have anything on the team. He got Thiele there. Thiele is ancient, man. That's the only wide receiver he had there. So now he got T-Mac. This guy's 6'4", 200-something pounds, and you can go up and get the ball. Then you got Atlanta. Atlanta, they got their quarterback. They got the young guy. They got the wide receiver. They got Pitts. They got London. You know, so they're only gonna get better. So that's what makes me look at Baker, and I look at Mike Evans getting older. You know what I'm saying? And I look at the team just getting older, man. And I can't see Baker just being able to make it work. But one more year, I think after this 1 year. I don't know why I think Atlanta might take it this year, but I think Baker got one more competitive year where he can be awesome. But after that, it's going to be up for grabs.
You've said that before. You're not wrong in your analysis. Yeah, I don't know. I just wish we could have made it work because the talent was there. But we don't need to re-legislate it. I'm looking forward. Let's talk to Deltona Doug. You and I, we've gone so far into the Baker weeds. Like I am actually like I'm content, but we've had that talk before. We can catch up on that later. I did invite Deltona Doug into the show if they want to jump in. Click the link that was pinned in the chat. Just scroll up. It says you never know. Look how quickly the Commanders turn things around. But you will likely need a quarterback for that to happen. So, Sal, can the Browns still find a quarterback at the top of the second round? Or should they have taken Sanders when they had the chance? Or is Sanders even the top pick? Will it be Jackson Dart?
Whoa! The Saints took an offensive lineman, Calvin Banks Jr.
The pick is in.
I didn't see that happening. I thought they was going to take Shador. Wow.
Shador is slipping. The slipping Shador. Kelvin Banks Jr., Offensive tackle, 6'4", 320 pounds, out of Texas. Going to shore up that line, Kelvin Banks Jr. You're shocked.
Wow. Wow.
By the way, this puts the Bears on the board. In a lot of mock drafts, we're hoping that Gianti would be available to the Bears, and that would be a nice match for them. So now that he's off, we'll see
Hampton.
what they're doing.
They're gonna get Hampton. I think he's the second best running back in the draft.
Oh, I love me some Travion Henderson, though. Oh, I love me some Travion
I
Henderson.
do too. I do too.
I'll bet you they're both superstars.
And Jenkins, yeah, Jenkins is good.
A lot of opportunities to showcase, but when they did what you're supposed to do.
Oh yeah.
You know, like they're as good as anybody else I've seen out there. They just didn't get as many reps because they split their time. And by the way, how often are you running it when you're throwing it to Ibuka? When you're throwing it to, Jeremiah Smith? Like, what are you like? Everybody's just doing a tiny little audition for you. So, yeah, Kelvin Banks and Shedeur is slipping. Let's see if the Browns have any jumping back up. Now they have resources. I mean, look, why couldn't the Browns take that number 1 pick and package it and just send a 5th or something and go, hey, I'll slide back a couple picks. I'll give you that first rounder. And all you did is you repositioned and you got 2 picks within the first. It could happen, right?
Yeah. But I don't think they like Sanders that much. So I think this was all a smokescreen. Andrew Berry, look here, man. Goodness gracious, man. Wow.
You're still liking the move. You're still liking the move.
I love the move.
Let me get back to Nathan Zagura, and let's stay focused on getting some feedback here. Nathan Zagura reacting to the Cleveland Browns trade.
Now, obviously, there was a lot of conversation, so this is just us hens a clucking over here, over in the
with Ken Carman and Tyvis Powell, I think. Okay.
Other room. I said if I can get a 2026 first-round pick to move back 3 spots, I got to do it. I didn't realize it was going to be a 4th rounder this year, a 2nd-round pick. This is number 36. So as of right now, the Cleveland Browns are sitting at pick 33 and 36.
Yep. Okay. 33 and 36. We are set to dominate the front end of the 2nd round, or use that as trade capital to jump back into this draft twice.
Yeah.
We could jump back in twice because we're just moving the stack of cards around.
Yeah.
And the value, and maybe we said, hey, if we offer you this type of draft capital, will you take this if your position comes up? That offer's on the table. Can we do that? Are you strongly interested in that? I may trade it away if you're not interested, or we could just trade. I love this. This is fun. An interactive draft where people are doing things, and the Cleveland Browns are at the center of it. I'm so happy that the Browns are giving themselves one last chance to get this thing figured out. I support them fully in whatever they've decided to do because their jobs are on the line. They've been underperforming year after year. And, when has there been a less successful 2-time coach of the year than Kevin Stefanski? I mean, they're okay, and then he has seasons that are trash. He has seasons that are good, seasons that are trash.
But my thing is,
consistency.
He's the king of making shit out of Shinola. He's the king of that. What coach you know of took 4 quarterbacks? He took 5 quarterbacks.
Jeff Driscoll in the final game, I was there.
And took them to the playoffs with 5 different quarterbacks. They beat the 49ers in a game that they should have lost. They said that they were going to lose by 3 touchdowns, and they won by a missed field goal kick.
Yeah, shockingly enough, I was at that one too.
That's crazy to think that happened.
Right, but why can't we stay good? Why can't we just be good, stay good? It's the frustrating part.
This is the thing. But you got to realize this too now. When it comes to players, you just like what you mentioned. When it comes to players, you have to really hit the jackpot and get these players that are actually players that have the heart and they have the mind for the game. But if you don't get that, You end up with the Corey Comans of the world. You end up with these guys that, the Justin Gilberts of the world that have all this world talent. But when it comes to the game, they're not ready for the game. And they end up working at Payless Shoe Store after doing 2 to 3 years in the league.
I love your references. You got Payless Shoe Store. You got Rent-A-Center.
Yeah,
Loving it.
But then if you got a player that got heart, guess what? He could work at the grocery store. But if he got heart, he understands the game. He ends up being he ends up being a champion. So that's just the difference.
Yeah. All right, let's go back, check in with the draft here. There is a pick in tight end out of Michigan. Man, Michigan players getting some appreciation. Colston Loveland, tight end. Yeah, they are giving, and I think we put Colston Loveland into our mock draft as well. We'll have to pull up and compare. Actually, we need to compare our mock draft, see how close we are. Look, hey, talk about what it's going to mean for this 6'5", 245-pound tight end from Michigan, going right down the road from Michigan to the Chicago Bears. And he's going to give Caleb Williams a massive opportunity to, make his performance much more likely to be successful now.
He need that security blanket, man. It's just like when Michael Vick was playing for the Falcons, he had Algie Crumpler. That guy was a good tight end. He was able to help him when he was able to check down. He didn't see anybody. He tossed to that tight end, and he'd be able to make magic happen. That's how this kid is. This kid's good. He runs decent routes to be so big, and he can block. You got a good guy over there. And then you in Chicago, so he's used to that type of weather. So it's a good pick for them.
All right, I'm on two separate screens here. Walk me through who did. Why don't you recap the top of the draft for us, Sal? Are you able to do that? Do you have that list?
No. My computer, my son destroyed my computer. It's not even working.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a conversation about that. But yeah.
All right, Loveland is going to Michigan. This puts the San Francisco 49ers on the clock here. San Francisco 49ers. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reload this. Will Campbell went number 4.
Right.
This other screen. By the way, Sal, would you expect the Browns to trade back in around this point?
No.
You think they could be active players, or they are totally cool chilling out the rest of the time now?
I think they'll be fine. I think there's enough talent in this draft where in the second round where they'll be able to get guys that they want, especially with that the 36 pick. With the 36, 33 and 36, they'll be fine. They'll be able to get the talent they need to fill in those holes. I think ultimately that's what they're looking to do. Get the best player to fill in those holes that they have. Okay. They still needed a defensive tackle. So they got the best defensive tackle that they can get in this draft. So now they need an offensive tackle. They need a running back. They need a quarterback. So I think that they can do well with those picks, unless they're able to get, if it's somebody that they really, really, really want, which I can't see it being that. I think Shador is going to fall into the second round. I don't know why. I got a feeling that he's going to go to the second round. I can't see Pittsburgh picking him up. I can't see Miami picking him up. Although I think Miami need to get a quarterback because Tua, I don't trust him. So I think they need a quarterback, and I think that Pittsburgh need a quarterback. So those will be the two teams that I think that'll take a quarterback. So I think that the Browns will be fine in the second round. Like you said, if they can. If anything, I think that they will probably try to get back in the second round or get into the third round and pick up a guy that they want. But I think they're fine. I think they'll be fine.
All right, let's recap here. Here's what we got. How are we sharing this? This is the draft board that I am doing, my own mock draft. But I'm just following along. Cam Ward, quarterback, goes to Miami. Travis Hunter, well, I guess I had to switch around. This went to Jacksonville, moved up with the Cleveland Browns, and went there. Abdul Carter went to the New York Giants. Nimbus is trying to run my computer here. Will Campbell, offensive tackle LSU, went to the New England Patriots. Mason Graham was selected by the Cleveland Browns, defensive tackle, Michigan. Ashton Gianti, running back, Boise State. Armand Membu, offensive tackle, Missouri, went to the Jets. And, of course, Gianti went to the Raiders. Petroya McMillan, I'm not saying his name right. T-Mac. T-Mac is going to the Carolina Panthers. Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle, Texas, going to the Saints. Tight end Colston Loveland out of Michigan goes to the Bears. And the 49ers are on the clock. They're saying here the team needs their defensive tackle, cornerback, linebacker, edge, offensive guard. You got a bunch of good players left, and I don't know. They have at the top of the best available players here, Sal. Shadur Sanders, Will Johnson, Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker, Jamar Stewart, Matthew Golden, Mike Green, Derek Harmon. Any of those names you like? If you were the 49ers, do you have any thoughts?
I would get one of those. I would get one of those linebackers from Georgia. I can't think of the kid name that I really like, but he's really good. One linebacker.
Jalen Walker, linebacker.
That
Georgia.
guy's good. He's good.
He's 6'1", 243. His projection is unique. The build and athletic tools of an inside linebacker. Found success at Georgia as a blitzing pass rusher and an attacking strong side linebacker. Yeah, he's still on the board. Let's keep an eye. Let's double check where we're at in the draft. Still showing 49ers on the clock. So that's who you like?
Yeah, that kid's good, man. He's good. I have to watch Georgia football, but so I end up catching it, and their defense is like top notch, man. Goodness gracious.
Let me speak to Greg Time. Greg Time, do you want to jump in the show? If you scroll up, the link to join the show should be right there, or I could text it to you if you want to jump in the unhappy hour. I am sipping on LaCroix. It is sparkling water. And I'm also sipping on Jefferson Reserve Single Barrel Bourbon. Cheers, everybody. It is the unhappy hour, but it's a happy hour tonight. Cheers. We're rebuilding our franchises.
I like the Jefferson's Ocean.
Oh, man, there's a lot of flavor in that.
Oh, yeah.
Whew. All bourbon is not created equal. That is.
Oh, no.
That is for certain. What is your favorite? Yeah, we got to get Greg Time in. Where are you at? Nice. I can only text. All right. We'll text. Here, let me put the chat. Here, let me reconfigure the screen now. There, we'll get the comments going. This way could work. All right, where are we at? Any action from the 49ers yet? No action. Oh, yes, we do. Edge, Georgia. They took the edge out of Georgia.
There's out of Georgia. Yeah, that kid's good too.
Is it Mikel or Michael Williams? Edge. Mikel.
Yeah.
Williams Jr. 6'5", 265. Edge, Georgia. Are they getting a good one? That's your backyard, yeah?
Yeah. That kid's good. He's good too. That kid's good too. Their defense was stellar, man. They had a stellar defense, man. Yeah. Georgia, yeah, their defense is pretty good. Oh, getting back to what you said, when I was a contractor overseas, Pappy Mason. I mean, not Pappy Mason, but
Happy Pearson.
What was that? What was that bourbon I had?
Oh, I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me.
I know I'm looking.
Pappy?
Yeah, Pappy. Pappy made me happy.
Pappy made you happy? Yeah, Pappy's nice.
That's the smoothest bourbon I ever had. Pappy Van Winkle.
Mm-hmm. Pappy Van Winkle.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Greg Tom. Yeah. I want to say it was crazy. I'll never buy that again. I want to say it was like maybe like $40 for a shot of that, for a shot. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And you sip on it. You kind of let it open up.
Oh yeah. We went to a place. I think we went to the W Hotel. They had cigars. They had like a cigar bar. Very nice. It was a great experience. Pricey, but very, very great experience to say the least.
All right, we got action here. The Dallas Cowboys have made a selection.
Good.
They are taking Tyler Booker, offensive guard, Alabama, 6'5", 325. They're getting a large man to play guard. What do you think about this? An Alabama boy scooting over to Dallas.
I thought they would have went offense. I thought they would have either got a running back or a wide receiver.
Well, I mean, offensive guard makes all your positions better.
Yeah, but I think that's a smart move. But with Jerry Jones, he's about the panache. That's why I thought that they would have got a wide receiver. I thought they were going to get our guy from Ohio State, Mbuka.
Emeka Egbuka. Man, yeah. He's a really good player. Miami Dolphins on the clock.
Now they get Shador. That wouldn't shock me.
Oh my gosh, that could be the perfect fit. Except, I mean, Tua's going to want to play, and Tua's getting paid, right?
Yeah, well, he'll get paid regardless, but Tua is a liability. What scared me was when he got hit. I think they went against Jacksonville, and he got hit, and he was twitching, and I was like, oh my God. And I was like, they're going to kill this young man.
Yeah. Yeah, that was not a great look.
And
like I said, it's a theme. Injuries are the worst part of this game. You like to see aggressive plays. You like to see physical plays. But there's dirty plays too.
Yeah.
We've been on the wrong side of Nick Chubb. We've been on the wrong side of some injuries before, and it's like I said, similar situation to what you were just talking about. Yes, Pappy Van Winkle is very rare. Greg time.
Oh yeah.
Greg, what are you sipping on tonight? What are you sipping on? What are you having, Super Sal? What are you sipping on, by the way?
Oh, me?
Did you mention it?
Yeah. I showed you Uncle Nearest.
There it is. I forgot the name of it. Uncle Nearest. I've never had it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for a round two of this. Is a Dead Soldier. I have that's my favorite. That's my favorite whiskey for now. It's not. It's about $50 a bottle, but it's decent. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get another Soldier.
Yeah, see, I gotta ask Sal if he has a infinity bottle. Do you have one of those? No, infinity bottles are awesome. So you get like a glass decanter or a crystal decanter, and you just at the end of every one of your bottles, you put the last ounce or the ounce and a half. It goes into the decanter, and so the mixture. It's called an infinity bottle because it always gets the end of every other bottle that goes through. Have you ever? Uncle Nearest was at 1856.
Yes.
I'm trying to read it backwards. I think I'm getting that.
Yeah, 1856 is 100 proof premium whiskey. But this is the brand that I've been drinking. Been drinking since the beginning of the new year. This is my preferred whiskey. If I feel like I'm gonna be frugal, I like Larceny. Larceny makes a good whiskey that's under $25, but it's good. But this is what I drink when I'm, my preferred whiskey.
I've had some Larceny, and we went through it. It was very, very go throughable.
Yeah,
that's a thing.
And a great price. Great price point.
Oh, Shadur Sanders to the Dolphins makes sense. It's just you already have quarterback, but you're worried. Who would start? Would you trade Tua away? What would you?
No, I would keep Tua. I'd keep Tua. I would let Shadur just relax. Yeah. And I would probably trade Tua for the right price. It'll be teams that'll probably have an injured quarterback or whatever have you that will want a Tua. I think Tua will be awesome in I think he'd be awesome in Minnesota. There's a dome stadium. I think he'd do well in a dome stadium.
Yeah. I mean, are they going with McCarthy? Is that what their plan is?
I think McCartney been injured. He still got to get settled. But I think Tua will be he'd be a cheaper alternative, for them, and until McCartney is able to get in there. But right. I heard so much crazy stuff. I heard that Harbaugh wanted to get McCartney. Don't know who he would trade to get McCartney, but I heard he didn't care for Herbert too much.
Well, hey, why? Look, you could move him. There's plenty of teams that would go in on Justin Herbert. You could get some draft capital, and why not go with somebody that knows your system, and you don't have to why shouldn't you have the right to build the team the way that's going to work the best, right? I don't know. I mean, if you're not listening to the best people on your team about the best ways to win the games, why couldn't you just say, go get me this guy? Go trade for this guy. Ask what the price is. Let me work with you and see if it's something we'd want to do.
Yeah.
You want to listen to your people. You got to give your right players and your right coaches the right tools in the right systems to make them succeed. Not every system is perfect for these people. I don't know. What is it? Greg is saying, my guess is Miami takes the first cornerback with Ramsey wanting out. That Ramsey is a heck of a interesting character, isn't he?
I think that he isn't what he used to be. What the problem with cornerbacks is their ego. I think that's the number one thing that's wrong with them is their ego. He's not willing to work become a safety. Rod Woodson in his career, Rod Woodson was a cornerback. He was one of the best cornerbacks, but he had to become a safety, because he lost a step. No one wants to admit that he lost a step, but it's just what comes with the game, and can't let your ego take over. Ultimately, you have to just know what is, and that's what is. You can't, Father Thomas 99-0. So when you lost a step as a cornerback, either you become a safety or you get out of the league. That's what typically happens.
Yep. Dolphins still on the clock. I feel like they've had a lot of time here to make a pick. The pick is in, they're saying. Waiting to get an update on that.
Sanders would be a great pick for them.
It makes a little bit of sense.
And he would fit into that whole Miami lifestyle.
No, this is another Michigan pick, defensive tackle. Kenneth Grant, 6'4", 331. Man, the Michigan players, they all right. Jim Harbaugh being vindicated. Some of the players he brought into that program coming into their own now.
Yeah.
You know, even without him being around, like he was able to recruit well. This is a big pickup. What do you think, so?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that fills a need for the team. You know, I'm all about the need for the team, but I think that I don't know why I think Shador's gonna be in the second round. And I think that if we want him, we'll pick him. If we really want him, we'll get him. And I think Shador in the second round will be a good pick because of that chip on his shoulder. Because he thought he was going to be one of the top 5 picks. Didn't turn out that way.
Well, at least you'd want to be. If anybody's buying into what you're selling, you know, more power to you. Like I don't fault the guy for trying to sell himself. It's all right. Like I got some grace for some of these things. I'm not getting too bent out of shape for some of this stuff, but yeah, Kenneth Grant, at least on this Pro Football Network mock drafts that I've been using, they had him as the 37th best player, going number 13 to the Dolphins. But that's the deal, Sal. Everybody has their own grading system. Nobody really knows. We're all just guessing.
Depends on what you value. It depends on what you value, and that's what they value. They believe in Tua, and you know, hey.
Well, let me. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, and at least on this chart, it shows that the Colts are looking for tight end, center, a guard, linebacker, and quarterback. Shadur Sanders sitting there. If you're not sold on Anthony Richardson,
no, they stuck with Anthony Richardson. They stuck with him. No way they're picking Shador. That would be awful.
Yes, maybe it would be. But I don't.
They might pick the guy from Georgia, Walker.
Greg Time saying QB class this year is weak. Super weak.
I agree.
How great is that when we need one? Wah, wah. But when don't we need one? Isn't that?
Thank you.
When don't we need a quarterback? No, I mean, Kelly Holcomb had a run there where he was pretty good. Tim Couch had a run there where he was looking pretty good. Baker had a run there where he was looking pretty good. Even Jake Delhomme for a second there, but Derek Anderson had a minute there where he was looking pretty good. You know, Joe Flacco had a minute there where he was looking pretty good. Jameis Winston threw for 500 yards on, what was it, Thursday Night Football or whatever it was?
Yeah, Thursday, yeah.
Man, that was a fun,
but we needed that. You got to remember, we needed. Don't you do that. Don't you do that, Greg Time. Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
Brandon Weeden. He's an NFL quarterback.
Hey, only thing he was good at was throwing the ball at plates. I knew that he wasn't. I knew this wasn't going to work.
Weeden is an NFL quarterback.
I knew this wasn't going to work when the American flag rolled over him. I was like, oh, Lord. Goodness gracious. Brandon Weeden was 30-some years old.
Hey,
he had a wife and kid.
Remember when 37 was really old? Hey, guys, remember when 37 was really old?
Yeah. The Florida State had that one quarterback that was old. Was it Winkley?
Which one?
Winkley, was that his name? Florida State had that quarterback that was like old.
Oh, Chris Wenke.
Wenke, yeah. That was crazy. But Brandon Weeden was that old though. He was older than him.
Really?
I'll never get over when they had sports science and they had them throwing footballs at plates. It was hilarious. I was like, man, this is not gonna work.
By the way, breaking news.
What?
The Cleveland Browns have been eliminated from the playoffs. Breaking news in playoff contention. We've been eliminated
already. Oh my goodness.
All right, that's so silly. I had to share that with you.
If Josh Gordon was able to control the drug intake, he would have been fine. Tyler Warren, the tight end. Oh man, that guy's pretty good too from Penn State. Yeah.
Is that where they're
He's
going?
pretty good. Yeah, Tyler Warren, Penn State. That guy's pretty good.
Yeah, a couple of tight ends already. 2 tight ends in the top 12. They are valuing
That's
that.
shocking.
What'd you say?
That's very shocking that they're getting all these tight ends. Goodness gracious.
This guy is 6'6", 257 pounds, out of Penn State. Now he's the Indianapolis Colts tight end, catching passes from maybe Richardson, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The Atlanta Falcons on the clock. Hey, this is your neck of the woods.
Yeah. They need I think they need a tight end too. I think not a tight end. They need a tight end. They're getting rid of Pitts allegedly. Pitts he doesn't like it there. But I think he's gonna stay. He's a rookie, he not a rookie, but he's a young guy. Yeah, Josh Gordon. Josh Gordon was great, man, but he just he couldn't stay off the narcotics, man. Him and Ricky. For some reason, Ricky Williams was able to work it out. I think the biggest thing with Josh Gordon, I'm trying to tell you, was Johnny Manziel. When you got a Johnny Manziel, you got someone that's enabled, that's supposed to be the leader. That's the biggest problem you could ever have. If the leader is not on point, that destroys the team. What can you tell Josh Gordon if the quarterback is not doing what he's supposed to be doing? He's going to Vegas getting drunk. Josh Gordon didn't value his situation in Cleveland. I think this would have been the best situation possible for him. I like the fact that he was able to bounce back and make a little bit of money, but it hurts me to see the talent that he had. He was the best wide receiver during the time when Megatron was in the league. And he was able to capture the yard title. Being suspended for 4 games, he captured the yard title from Megatron. That's crazy.
It was,
but he never was able to.
Awesome things I've ever witnessed. It gave you a reason to watch, and it was just astonishingly, consistently incredible. Josh Gordon was a phenom.
Yeah, 4 games over 200 plus yards. That's crazy.
That's a player whose career was cut short, not through injury, but through self-inflicted.
Yeah. And that's where it goes back to you having good people in your corner, man. When you have good people that see your potential, that care about you, they don't let that happen. They don't let that happen, man. But when you got people that's not good in your corner, that have your back, these are the things that happen,
Let's go ahead and look at the Falcons here. It says their team needs are cornerback, defensive tackle, edge, safety, linebacker. So there's a good cornerback here, Will Johnson, Michigan. I mean, there's a lot of Michigan love in the early part of this draft.
Wow.
That would fit a need. Jalen Walker, linebacker, Georgia, would fit a need.
Yeah. And your local guy.
A&M would be an edge need. So I don't know. Mike Green, Marshall, what would you do if you were the Falcons?
I would get an SEC player or Michigan. Michigan is on the roll, man. I'll go with Michigan. Man. Can't go wrong.
Hey, Greg Time says facts. What were facts? What was the part you were referencing? But awesome. I'm glad that you're agreeing with something somebody said so brilliantly and wisely, like you thought. He's
So we're
reminding
talking about Gordon, Josh Gordon.
man, so many points to make about Josh Gordon, and what an interesting time in Browns history to live through that and watch what it could have been and what it never was. And
I know.
very Cleveland. Greg's reminding us it's back-to-back 200-yard games.
Back-to-back 200 plus yards. Oh my God.
Yeah, we're spitting facts about Josh Gordon. Thank you for that. Greg Time is guessing that the pick should be Walker here if he had the chance. The Atlanta Falcons.
He's an Atlanta guy. He's an Atlanta guy. Yeah, I think he's from Atlanta. Here we go.
Well, the pick is in. Let's go ahead and see what's up. Thanks for hanging out with us here on draft night on the unhappy hour. It's where did it go? Yeah, we'll try it this way. That is our awesome bar logo. Enjoy it. Thank you, Ted, for creating that. They're saying the pick is in, but we're waiting. Sal has nothing. Greg has nothing. We are waiting. Nice promo. Oh, I have something else. Ooh, maybe I could share this video clip. Yeah, let me get this. Yeah.
All right, here it comes.
All right. They take Walker, linebacker, Georgia. That pick makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, local guy.
245. Out of Georgia, staying in Georgia. That pick makes a lot of sense. I love when a hometown player can do that. Maybe we take Jack Sawyer, Sal. Maybe take Jack Sawyer and Travion Henderson. Or
That would be awesome.
Or Will Howard. There are Quinshawn Judkins. There are so many great Buckeyes that you could just rebuild your team around, that you can rally around as Buckeyes. If you look, awesome. Jalen Walker from Georgia to Georgia, like he's in. That means something. That's super cool. Like those storylines, it's part of what you watch for. You like rooting for your hometown, you know?
You do. You want the hometown kid because the thing is, people don't understand how that it's always the hometown guy that appreciates it more, you know? They appreciate it more.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you grow up wearing those jerseys, like the Kelseys. You know, they grew up with Browns stuff, and then you play in Cleveland Browns Stadium. It's wild. All right. The Arizona Cardinals, they have some team needs at edge, defensive tackle, wide receiver, offensive guard, and linebacker.
Wow.
So some notable players there that are left: Shadur Sanders, Will Johnson, Tamar Stewart, Matthew Golden, Mike Green, Derek Harmon, Jahadi Barron, Malachi Starks, and others.
I'm surprised that this was supposed to be such a deep wide receiver class. I'm surprised no wide receivers have been picked.
Yeah,
and running back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're already up to, we're chugging right along. We are officially halfway through, yeah? Cardinals on the clock, and then the Bengals. All right, so yeah, they list the needs here for the team: edge, wide receiver, cornerback, guard, and defensive tackle.
Yeah, they're going wide receiver.
So
The Bengals didn't Hendrick retire from the Bengals?
Did who?
Hendrick. Did he retire from the Bengals?
I don't know. Why don't I know?
I think he's a edge, right? Yeah, he a edge.
Yeah, something's happening there. Someone wants to retire. Hubbard? Who's,
Hubbard, I'm sorry. Hubbard.
Is it Hubbard?
Hubbard retired. Hubbard retired. I think he retired.
Yeah. Pretty early too, but I guess he had some injuries. Sal, do you have the oh, here, check this out. Greg said, let me go to the chat. Greg said, nice promo. And I said, oh yeah, that's cool. You think that's cool? Check this one out. Check this promo out.
Hi, this is Eric Metcalf, and you're watching Unhappy.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I like that. I like that one.
Yeah, dude. One of the best Cleveland Browns draft picks of all time. Eric Metcalf came to the Browns and electrified a city. Eric Metcalf, one of the all-time great Cleveland Browns first-round draft picks of all time. Oh, yeah. That's a great question. Who are some of the best first-round picks of the Cleveland Browns of all time? Sal, Greg, Eric Metcalf is in the upper echelon. He was great when he was here in Cleveland. Drafted to Cleveland, stayed with Cleveland, crushed it with Cleveland. Nick Chubb, till the injury.
Yeah.
Garrett, Denzel with injury. Some ups and downs, but Eric Metcalf, man, he defined that era.
Oh yeah.
You can close your eyes and see him high stepping. You can see those kickoff return, like you're just.
Why would you kick it to Eric Metcalf? Why?
The league was different back then.
Yeah. I remember that Pittsburgh game. He ran two back. And it helped us win the game. Ran two back. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. I'm putting the link here, by the way. If anyone wants to do Pro Football Network, it's a mock draft. You go onto it and you click to draft for every team. And just right from that page, you get to kind of preload it and you get to sift through the players available. As a fun little tool in case anybody wants to try what I've been trying. I know, Metcalf up the middle.
Oh, yeah.
He was misused by the
He was.
He went to Atlanta and promptly buddy, how badass this dude is. It's like, oh, that's how we could have been using this little scat back?
Yeah.
Him up the middle instead, like Metcalf up the middle. Why? Why is that Metcalf up the middle? Ugh. Anyway, I digress.
I know.
Greg is saying they should take Burden. Who's up now? What do we got? Okay, Jalen Walker.
That's the wide receiver. He's a wide receiver. He's good. That kid's good. I want to say he played for Missouri, University of Missouri. Kid's good. Burden the third. He's pretty good.
They're saying that defensive tackle from Ole Miss named Nolan has been taken.
Yeah, Walter Nolan. Yeah.
What do you make of this pick?
It was a need. Ole Miss had a decent defense too, I'd rather them got a weapon for their quarterback. He needed a weapon, but they need to shore up his offensive line too. But I don't know. It's something about short quarterbacks to me that's like, come on, man, you can't see over the line.
I know that is rough. Greg Time is saying Courtney Brown, the number 1 pick.
Oh Lord, come on, man.
I know Greg's trolling us.
Come on.
Once again, I think that injuries played a big role in some of these. We never really got a good answer on some of these.
But the reason why we got Courtney Brown was because of Tim Couch. Courtney Brown was killing Tim Couch in that bowl game. In the bowl game that Tim Couch's last game, Courtney Brown was killing him. Him and LeVar Harrington. LeVar Harrington and Courtney Brown were wow when they played for Penn State. Oh my goodness, that Penn State team had an awesome defense.
Yeah, and they're seeing a lot of Michigan players that way, and they had a really tough defense. Some really tough players. What is Greg Time? You're saying I'm way behind. Is there a better link than X? What do you mean by is there a better link than X? Sal, what does the comment mean? I'm way behind, but is there a better link than X? I did put the link up there for the Pro Football mock draft. I'll also put the link if anyone wants to.
Is he talking about X, like XX, like Twitter X?
Maybe. Oh,
it's Texas behind.
Mm-hmm. By the way, if anyone wants to jump into the show, there it is right there. I'll pin that.
What, Facebook? Would Facebook be sufficed? Would that suffice? As far as the unhappy hour.
Oh, as far as like being live with us? So
yeah, I think that's what he asked, and he said his texting is behind, so he's on X, but he want to get on something else where he'll be more proficient as far as us getting his texts.
Thank you, Sal. Hey, Sal, really quick. I'm going to tell about all the places where we are streaming today. But when we were talking about having a nightly show where, maybe we could have different versions of a nightly show, but like between 9 and 10 o'clock every evening, we do it. And different people host and different people co-host, and you just kind of sign up for it and you just go. But every night somebody runs that night and kind of just meets together and we all talk about sports. Is that something you would participate in? Well, I don't know what your schedule is. I don't, or just occasionally. I'm not saying like any commitment either, but just like when it's
no. I can make it like you just get with me, like ahead of time. My kids, they was going on summertime, so I'll deal with these jokers. So once I get them to bed, I can do whatever I want once they go to bed.
That makes sense. Let me put this up on. I guess I probably need to do something different.
But he on Twitter. That's what he was saying. He's on Twitter, so you just want to catch up.
We're on Instagram, Facebook, True Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, YouTube. So I prefer Rumble. I've heard some people say that some of the there might be some platform glitch issues like with playback. I've been experiencing something recently that it's never been a problem until recently. But yeah, I prefer people using the Rumble platform. It's like the new YouTube. They let you put your content out without hiding it. They monetize you right away. So if you let an ad play, it's like tossing a penny in the wishing well. Like let an ad play, it's like give us a penny. All right, well, a few hundred pennies, a few thousand pennies, a few million pennies. Like at some point, the tip jar fills up and you go, oh, good, that helps. So I like that Rumble's that way. YouTube is just untenable.
Different. Very different.
So, I do like the X platform at American_media_. So that's how we're streaming on X. That is the account that we pay for. But of course, our feed is at the unhappy hour _ on our X feed there. So yeah, all of those places, follow us in whichever place makes the most sense for you. But I like Rumble. Maybe try YouTube. We're also on Facebook, Kick, Twitch. DLive has been a real pain in the ass. It will not connect. Can't quite figure it out. But yeah, we got our first strike ever. 1,800 videos, 14 years of content. We just got a strike because we did a video on U.S. aid.
Oh, Lord.
Misinformation, so they struck our channel. So it's kind of ability to upload, and it's like, yeah, I'm not long for this platform. I am not long for this platform. So we kind of ramped it up on Twitch and Kick and Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble.
Signal at TNAM and TNAM chat. So yeah,
I'd rather catch you on Rumble anyway, because it just makes more sense, That way you don't have to go through all the other politics that come along with you putting out content. You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely. We have a pick-in. Looks like they took an edge. Shamar Stewart is going to the Cincinnati Bengals. 6'6", 290 pounds out of Texas A&M. Shamar Stewart, edge. Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, if they got rid of Hubbard retired, then that's what they needed. That's a good pick. It's a good pick. Yeah. By the way, how's the comedy thing going?
Yeah.
How's that going for you?
Good. I will have to send you a link. Can you text me on your device real quick?
One second.
Yeah, I'm trying to update one page. But yeah, I was gonna say I'll send you a link to some of our stuff, some of my stuff. I probably should have put it up yesterday or the day before.
Yes, you should, man. Stop it. I keep on telling you need to put out this content, man. Especially when you was making a whiskey, because I was like, man, you make me want to make whiskey now. So I was like, man, where did you get it from?
Wait, say that whiskey story again. What did you mean?
Remember we were talking about the whiskey. You was like, well, yeah, I bought this container, the whiskey container. But I started. I went to like one of the stores. I went to Belk or something like that, and they had
infinity bottle in the decanter.
Yeah.
Yes, the infinity bottle.
Right.
So, are you using it?
No, I wasn't able to get it. It was sold out once I got back. Once I got back there to get it, it was sold out. But I bought the beer. I bought the beer one where you can make beer. I bought that. It was awful, man. It was the worst thing I've ever had in my life. It was horrible. I was like, oh my God. It was awful. But that's what I said. I want whiskey.
Back. I used to brew beer. I got to get back to that.
Yeah, I went to a place in Atlanta. They got like a little microbreweries and stuff like that make lagers and things of that nature. It's a place that's in Atlanta. It's like a seafood restaurant next door to the brewery. And I would go there. I'll take my mom there, and we just have a good old time. They have like a Pac-Man machine, and they have like games where you can play like Uno with the large cars and stuff. Very nice place, man. Just to go and relax. But I enjoy that place a lot. Atlanta's all right. It's all right.
Atlanta's all right. 30 packs of Ingle Light. Ingle Light.
I know, right?
Engelman Ingle Lights. I would do that. I think I made a raspberry or blackberry ale. I tried quite a few different things. Thinking back on it, man, I haven't messed with that in so long. But maybe I should get back into it.
Hey, why not, man?
Be useful. I'll make some Ingle Light. 30 packs of Ingle Light. Yeah, Greg time. I've been doing stand-up comedy. Remind me, I'll send you the link where you can watch some stuff. I did a new. I don't even want to. I don't want to give it away, but yeah, I did 2 performances this week, and it was fun.
Hey, you're out of Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Going out in Louisville.
All right. Cool.
Doing some comedy, trying to learn how to be funny. There's so many different ways to do comedy.
Hey, you don't need to learn how to be funny. You're a funny guy, but you just just keep it up. That's all, man.
See, I know how to be funny in the moment.
Right.
I feel like tonight I'm navigating so many screens. I'm not in funny mode. I'm in like trying to navigate all of these different channels to update these mock drafts to try to figure out who we're talking about and stay on top of it mode. But yeah, I try to be funny in the moment, but trying to be funny in clips. and have a game plan is tough. And Greg Moore, who we're talking with, Greg Time, he opened up for my graduation party. He was the comedian.
Really?
He performed at my graduation party.
Wow.
Our band played, and Greg was our opening act. He did stand-up. We were in the basement listening. That was so awesome. Greg is saying, send me the link with all the TVs behind you.
You just talked about that. You was like, yeah, you got the TV.
Yeah, I do love that. Circa 1997, yeah. Hey, don't age me, bro. Don't age me, bro. All right, what do we got? Let's go back to it. We have a draft pick in. Gray Zabel.
Oh.
Gray Zabel, a guard from North Dakota State Bison, 6'6",
wow,
300 pounds, going to anchor the Seattle offensive line. And that's,
he has a very offensive line name, Gray Zabel.
Gray Zabel. Well, there you go. Hey, Baker Mayfield's team is on the clock now.
Oh boy! Now they're going to take a wide receiver. I think they're going to take a wide receiver.
There's not many that have been taken yet, right?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Hang on, who's been taken?
Defensive linemen and offensive linemen have been taken the last few picks. Linebacker, offensive line, defensive tackles. Yeah.
Mar Stewart and then Gray Zabel. Where's he at?
Yeah, I agree with you, Greg Tom. The second round might be quality for the Browns. I think I don't know why I think Shedeur he's gonna fall. He's gonna fall to the second round. I think that'll be very humbling for him, and I think that'll make him a better player. I don't know why. I just feel that'll be the situation for him. And if we were able to get him there, we were willing to take him on with the second pick, from what I heard. So if we were able to get him in the second round with the second pick, or the first pick, or the third, or third or fourth pick. Hey,
that's a good question, though. Will another quarterback be taken ahead of Shedeur Sanders now? The Jackson Darts, or
that's what I'm thinking.
I keep hearing that name rising on the draft board,
especially with Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh like Dart better than like Sanders.
Ooh, I do.
I can't see Sanders. I can't see him in Pittsburgh. I can see Dart there. I can see Will Howard. Don't let it happen.
Remember Cordell Stewart, though? Remember Slab?
Yeah.
Not that Shedeur is that player. I'm just saying, like, a smaller, non-Ben Roethlisberger-esque. Because Ben was for a decade and a half just lumbering through that division, like that, just this big oaf that always got the first down. You're just like, oh God,
you couldn't take him down. You couldn't take him down
so much. But that's why they say when you look at a prospect that's 6'4", 237 pounds, that is the exact same, or 230 pounds as Josh Allen, to play in Cleveland, you take that player and you develop them. And that's what Will Howard is. I don't want to see him forever on Pittsburgh. That would hurt my soul. That would.
But we picked Kellen Winslow the second over Ben Roethlisberger. Ben Roethlisberger is from Cleveland. I'm not Cleveland, but he's from Ohio, like the Ohio area, And we didn't pick him.
Yeah, I've known people that have known him, 1 degree of separation. He lit up my Bowling Green Falcons.
Oh yeah, Miami, Ohio was good when he was there. They were pretty good. They're pretty good.
Let me see here.
Oh, they got one there. The Buccaneers, so their pick is in.
All right, Gray Zabel going. All right, chugging along. Will the Browns jump back in? Do you have any other teams that you watch that you root for? Like Greg Time, do you care about the Panthers in any sort of way? What about you, Sal? You care about the Falcons or anybody else down there? What do you
watch them? I'll watch them. Like sometimes I was able to get like cheap tickets to go to a Falcon game. So because of that, and their concession stand is pretty cheap. They got the cheapest concession stand in the NFL. Like you can like with $20 you can take care of 3 people with $20 in Atlanta at their concession stand. But we go and
that, you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know. The cuisine at some of these places is really using that term loosely.
Yeah, well, but my thing is that you spend so much money. Like I went to a Braves game, and I like you'll spend so much money. It's like ridiculous, you know. That's why I like the Falcon games. They pretty much take care of you. You are so funny, Greg Time. Kellen Winslow was a soldier until he crashed his bike at Tri-C. Wow. Yeah, he did. He was riding a moped. Yeah, that's true. He was driving a moped and he got injured.
I'm trying to find that video.
I think Kellen Winslow, he's in prison right now. I think he was exposing himself in front of like an older woman or something. And he's in prison.
I think it was actually much worse than that.
Oh, word. Oh, Lee.
I believe.
Yeah.
I'm searching for Kellen Winslow. I'm not finding the soldier.
Yep. CTE, man. Those guys are never the same. They take all those hits and go crazy. A homeless woman. What? Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, they have to take care of those guys because their mental health is horrible. You know, they take all those hits, man. They're never the same. Junior Seau committed suicide. Aaron Hernandez went crazy.
Oh my God!
You know,
I am the I am so.
I knew they were gonna take a wide receiver
right now.
I called it.
My God, I am so happy right now.
Now
I am the biggest Buccaneer fan who doesn't
now they needed that.
The Bucks, and I'm
the
Bucks, and I'm
Mike Evans. Man, Mike Evans only got a couple more years left in him, man. So this is a good pickup.
Yes.
Baker, you know what? They might have one more year. Listen, they might have one more year. One more year. He might have one more year. You love that, Baker.
Oh, I am excited about that. Oh, that is fantastic. Mecca Ibuka has been an unsung hero, if you could say such a thing about a high-profile player, but he's never even been the best wide receiver on his team. It's but
he's consistent. He's very consistent. Whenever they need a pass, they go to him, and he makes it happen. Very consistent player.
Yes, Mr. Reliable.
Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah, that is very exciting.
That's what they needed. That's what they needed. They needed that. What are you like, 6'2", 200 pounds? He's a nice. He ain't no little kid. That guy. He can play. He can ball.
Let's click on his player card. 6 foot, 202.
Woo! Yeah.
Well
Ain't
built.
no little kid. He ain't little.
Nope. He's
That's
a
a good.
well-built movement Z receiver who projects as an impact NFL starter. He offers good overall size for the position and has good strength and athleticism. He primarily aligned in the slot while at Ohio State, but he has the size, athleticism, and separation IQ to move across the formation. Ibuka is an excellent route runner who can use head and body fakes to create separation while also using his hands to keep his body clear through stems. He's a third down machine who consistently gets open and moves the chains. He has extremely strong hands and outstanding body control over the middle. And after the catch, he's tough and competitive with the ball in his hands. Ibuka will likely never be a home run threat at the next level, as he lacks the deep speed to stress NFL caliber corners vertically. But ultimately, he's a valuable, high volume Swiss Army knife with multi-level and blocking ability. But if you've watched Ibuka play, he's legit, man. He is just
he is Jarvis Landry. He's Jarvis Landry.
Ooh, decent comp. Remember when Landry was supposed to be to Baker, what he was supposed to be to Baker? You know, we had a glimpse of it, but it wasn't sustainable. You know, we couldn't really. Yeah, a Jarvis Landry, a possession receiver.
Yeah, very great possession. If you need that third down, he'll get it for you. That's how Jarvis was. Jarvis strong hand.
Go ahead. Say about Jarvis with strong hands.
Jarvis had strong hands. He ran damn near perfect routes, man.
Mm-hmm. And they knew that bad attitudes were contagious, bro. That's contagious. Contagious, bro. One of the greatest moments in Browns history when someone finds off for having contagious bad attitudes.
Yeah, man.
Well, maybe we all need to hear that from time to time, right?
And congratulations, you are second. You're the second. You're the backup quarterback. Congratulations.
Yes, congrats. Hey, let me ask you: would this be a good comp? How do you see Travis Hunter to Ibuka? Like, what type of similarities or differences when they say like a Swiss Army knife? I mean, isn't that like it? Maybe a Travis Hunter is going to be something around that same type of Jarvis Landry-ish.
No.
Deep threats.
Nah, he's more of a deep threat than that kid will be. He's more of a deep threat. He can run. Henry can run. Henry can cover. So that's what make it different with him. His athleticism is different because of the fact that he can run and cover. Now, once he get the strength that he's supposed to have, as far as him becoming a pro, he'll be even better. Nah, you can't say he's injury prone because the thing is that he young. He don't have his strength yet, but once he get into the league, I think he'll be able to get with a dietitian. He'll be able to get with the trainer, you know, and they'll get him where he need to be. You know what I'm saying? He'll be fine. I think he'll be fine. I think once he start hitting the weights and he start taking supplements and doing the stuff that you have to do on the next level, he'll be even better. Prime, you know what, to be honest with you, Prime was the best thing to happen when it comes to these players because he gets them ready for what they're going to get into once they get to become a pro. So I think that's one thing that that puts him ahead of everyone.
Love it. Yeah, just having playmakers is important. And Ibuka going to Baker, I'm so excited.
That's a good look.
I've had them as a surrogate team. You know, people say, "Oh, how dare you root for another team?" It's like I'm the biggest homer you'll find. Like I don't need to prove my credentials to anybody at all. I don't care. I like rooting for sports. My coasters are shaped in the state of Ohio for the unhappy hour. Like, I root for my hometown teams, but man, I just Baker won me over, and I wanted him to still be my favorite team's quarterback, and I've been rooting for him wherever he goes, and now he's settled into Tampa, which is awesome. And now he gets to play with a player that I've been rooting for many years in a row, Emeka Egbuka, and it's like, may their powers unite. You know, it's
that kid's good.
Fire, go Tampa.
And Baker will get him the ball. He'll get him the ball.
Yeah.
That's what we think about it.
Is Baker's a timing quarterback. And I feel like that's why, like, Hollywood Higgins, because he got it. He understood where to be.
Yeah.
But Odell tried to freestyle it, and it's like Baker's like, you're fucking up my rhythm, dude. Like,
yeah.
He's like, no, man, I'm hearing a different song. And you're like, just play the drum beat.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do it, and then it all went
I
weird.
don't like what his dad did, man. That's cold. You don't do that. You don't do that. If you're not in the organization, you don't put stuff out there like that. You don't. That was cold. You don't do that.
I love how Greg says that Emeka Egbuka just spent 7 seasons at Ohio State. Doesn't it seem like he was on Ohio State?
He's been there for a while. Yeah, but not quite 7 seasons. But yeah, he's been there for a while.
Okay,
He was a COVID guy, though. He was a COVID guy, I think.
Oh, we have a pick in. Let's go ahead and take this off the board. It's
Jaheed Barron, quarterback from Texas.
Didn't we just bring Barron up? What didn't Greg say?
Yeah.
5'11", 200 pounds out of Texas. Now he's a Denver Bronco cornerback.
That's a good pick.
Mile high.
Him and Sutton gonna be good.
Yeah, it's interesting watching that franchise rebuild now. Bo Nix gives him some identity, and a cornerback. I mean, that's really sort of like the captain of your outfield. You know, you really have to have the back end of your defense on lockdown, or else you're not really doing anything.
Yeah.
So that's just like they got their quarterback figured out. Cornerback can really be important there.
Hey, York Winter, you are so silly, man. Greg Thomas is hilarious. Oh my God.
That's why he performed stand up at our party. Ah, the good old days.
Pittsburgh coming up. If they get Sador, I'll lose my mind. I wouldn't be ready for that, but I think Dart is going to be Dart.
But it'll be quarterback.
Yeah, most definitely. It better be quarterback. Because they got all the quarterbacks other than they got all the quarterbacks. Omar Epps should pick the right. He'll make the right decision.
All right, Sal, tell me that everybody says that, or is it just me?
It's the truth. It's just the truth.
Okay, so everybody sees it though.
Yeah, everyone sees it.
Okay, all right. I don't know. I've never actually pondered the question. Does everybody see it, or am I like the only one? They're like, who's Omar Epps? You know the guy from The Thing? What Thing? Oh, honey, you've seen The Thing.
Every movie. Come on.
He's been in a lot.
Every movie
besides House.
Too many movies.
All right, too many movies. That's
Juice. Higher Learning.
Oh my.
You know, yeah, he was in Higher Learning.
All right. Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 second here. Top off this beverage. You're watching the Unhappy Hour. Major League 2. Yes.
Yeah, Major League 2. Yes.
Who do you take at quarterback? Who's your pick here if you're rebuilding?
I'm going with, if I'm Pittsburgh, I want to go with Dart. I think Dart is the guy that they want to get. If I'm Pittsburgh, I'll go with Dart. Uh-oh. Here they come. Pick yours in. I'll be shocked if Shador Sanders, though. What? Derek Harmon, defensive tackle for Oregon. That's shocking. Wow. Wow. Didn't see that one coming. Didn't see that one coming. So are they going to pick Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback? Wow. Wow.
Surprised they didn't go quarterback.
I'm surprised too. I didn't see that happening either. They defensive tackle. I mean, it's the rich getting richer when it comes to their defense. I mean, I think Aaron Rodgers. They have to get Aaron Rodgers. They kind of have to get Aaron Rodgers.
It's certain signs are indicating. I mean, what other option? Who else is on their roster? Who do they? What are they doing?
I don't. Rudolph Mason.
Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph. Woo!
Come on, that's not real.
Yeah, they have to pick Aaron Rodgers. They have to.
Well, yeah.
I can't see them picking anyone else. I mean, other than picking. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. So whoever picks Shador Sanders is going to have a good quarterback. I'm trying to tell you, I think he's going to have the biggest chip on his shoulder ever. He's going to have the biggest chip on his shoulder ever for him to be picked in the second round. Or not, might not even get picked in the second round.
Hey, there's a lot of picks. There's a lot of picks right now, and I'll bet you, maybe even the Cleveland Browns are saying,
we can wait till the second round for anything.
Mm-hmm. But we can also pounce. We have the arsenal to pounce. If there's something right there, we don't have to wait. We can.
But I don't see anything that we need to get right now where we need to pounce. Any of the wide receivers. So you still got all the wide receivers. You still got all the wide receivers. You still got all the running backs. You still got all the quarterbacks. So nobody needs a quarterback. So you can get whatever quarterback you want. That's crazy. Wow. Unless you know what might happen. What might happen? Somebody else might want to pounce, and we'll be like, "All right, we want this pick. This is the pick we want." We'll be able to get what we want. So we could possibly come out of here with 2 first-round picks. That's crazy.
How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? All right. How about this?
Well, 3 first-round picks. That's crazy.
We could have a standing understanding with every one of the other NFL decision-making GM teams. If somebody legitimately is handing in paperwork on a trade, before you sign it, ask us if we want to beat it. And you can know then if somebody's ready to pounce on something you might be looking for. You know, like there might be a way to kind of just say,
Sonny Weaver, pull the Sonny Weaver. Sonny Weaver Jr.
Before you commit to a trade, can you please ask me if I can pay you more? And maybe I can, and maybe I will. And to just be there, and maybe that you can get a heads up on that. I don't know, but
Sonny Weaver. That's what Sonny Weaver pretty much did. He gave away the first round pick, and then he wanted all the picks back, and he was able to get them back.
Sonny Weaver.
AB, man.
Greg Time asking who needs a quarterback left. So let's run through the teams that are left. Is this big on the screen? Sort of.
Everybody in the first round, the beginning of the first round, need a quarterback. That's the reason why they there.
Oh no, starting now. Which teams moving forward?
So we need one. The Giants need one. The Jets need one. Who else? Miami need one.
All right.
The Raiders might need one, but I don't think that they can wait. You know what I'm saying? They got a quarterback, but they can use a guy that they can have chilling.
Chargers on the clock.
They're gonna pick a wide receiver. They need a wide receiver. They got rid of all their wide receivers. They got rid of Allen. They got rid of the other guy.
You got Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas, sitting there.
Yeah.
Luther Burden from Missouri.
Man, I feel bad for Shedeur Sanders. God damn. He thought he was going to go in the first round, man. He's going to be in the second round. Unless the Giants really like him or the Raiders really like him. I think those are only two teams other than us that might take him. But I don't think he'll first round take. I think we could pick him up in the second round. And then if we can't get him in the second round, I think we can. It's enough quarterbacks out there that we can get the other guy that we wanted.
All right. Well,
I think it's a big difference.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't think it's a big difference. Once Ward was gone, I don't think it's a big difference between the other guys, in my humble opinion.
All right, so let's look at the teams remaining. Greg was asking, out of the teams in the rest of the first round, who needs a quarterback? Chargers, they're set with Justin Herbert. The Green Bay Packers, they're set with Jordan Love, right? Maybe.
Right.
Are they?
So the Giants.
Hold on, no, hold on. We're just going through the teams that are left.
Okay. Oh, that's left. All right.
Remaining picks of the first round. The Vikings.
Okay. Vikings. No.
Are they okay just handing it over to
JJ? Yeah. Because if they didn't, they would have paid Sam Darnold.
The Houston Texans. They okay with C.J. Stroud?
They okay with C.J.
The Rams. Are they okay with Matthew Stafford?
They okay with Matt Stafford.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. Come on.
Jared Goff.
They good.
Jaden Daniels.
They good.
Josh Allen.
They good.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, they good.
The Eagles.
They good.
Nobody needs a quarterback.
No one.
How wild is that? But guess what? All the best teams at the back end of the draft don't need a quarterback. That's why they're not drafting at the beginning of this draft, because they have the most important position settled. That's wild. So now we got to see, is someone going to jump back in?
No, they won't, because the Giants look at it like this. Even if you take Shedeur, they can still get a guy that's serviceable. Why would you want to go and jump to get a guy that you're going to get anyway?
Oh, I don't know. It's a lot of guessing, though. We don't know for certain.
Yeah.
It's
I'm just
all
hoping that the Browns don't believe that they got the guy that they want. I'm hoping they take two guys, like the Redskins did with Kirk Cousins and RG3. I'm hoping that they do that because they got the access to do that. So at the end of the day, if you got the guys that you want and you get them where you're able to develop them, I'd rather for you to develop the talent and make sure they fit into what you got going on than for you to pick a guy that's going to be picked with a higher pick, or you're going to take 2 first rounds to pick a guy when you can just take the first round that you got, those 2 first rounds to get 2 top talents. That's just what makes sense to me. Oh, they picked up the running back. That's a Jim Harbaugh pick. They picked Omarion Hampton.
Oh my Lord. Omarion Hampton to the Los Angeles Chargers.
2-time Durham Walker Award winner.
6 foot, 220 pounds out of North Carolina, now on the Los Angeles Chargers. Omarion
That's a big boy.
Got to help out that young quarterback. Got to give him some weapons.
Yeah. I thought they would have went with a wide receiver, though.
Yep, Chargers go running back. Greg Time. He's also saying maybe the Giants could move up into the first round. We shall see.
I don't think why would they do that? That don't make any sense. Because they'll end up getting a guy. All the other guys that's in the as far as quarterbacks concerned, they're all in the same level. Shador, Monroe, all those guys are in the same type of they're not better than each other. You get what I'm saying? So if you get any of those guys, you win. Why would you move up to get those guys? That's crazy.
Yeah, you know what? It is so interesting when you take a look at it. Here's the list of the remaining teams. None of them need a quarterback.
None of them.
Someone's either jumping in here, or those none of these teams. Maybe the Vikings. They might not be sold on JJ McCarthy. They haven't really seen him. You know, he got injured right away, and they haven't even had a chance to relaunch. So they might not be sold on JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, but still, why would you take the chance of giving away extra picks when you need those picks? You know what I'm saying? Because they can get that person, but it wouldn't be worth it because they got other holes to fill. Why would I get a quarterback to take over for JJ McCartney when I need an offensive lineman, when I need a defensive tackle, when I need a cornerback? And those are the better players will be in that range. You get what I'm saying? It wouldn't make any sense for you to do that.
Well, maybe
unless you're willing to trade JJ McCartney. That's the only way that makes sense.
Well, hold on, but you said remember when you drafted Kirk Cousins and RG3. That's exactly what I was saying. Get a second one in there.
But the thing is that for him you know how bad that'll mess up his confidence. Kirk Cousins or RG3, they didn't get hurt like that. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't a situation like that for them. That would be bad because you picked the guy. Because you picked him, you got to give him a chance. If you pick somebody else at a quarterback, that means that it's a wrap. You know, that would mess up his confidence because he hasn't played. At least RG3 played and he got hurt. It was a crazy accident that happened and he got hurt. And that's what happened compared to you not playing at all and not giving a chance to play. He got hurt in preseason. So you put somebody else in there to compete with him that's a rookie. Now, I can understand you get somebody like Sam Darnold to compete with him, but if you get another rookie to compete with him, that'll be a problem.
I know. Remember when the Cardinals drafted Josh Rosen and then they went right away and got a little Kyler Murray instead? We're going to go another direction now.
But Josh Rosen was who he was, so that's the difference. we don't know that about J.J. McCartney. J.J. McCartney, from what I've seen of him, he's a very decent, serviceable quarterback. I like him better. I like Bo Nix. But Bo Nix, since he is about what you see, Bo Nix is the better quarterback. You get what I'm saying?
Yep. Green Bay Packers on the clock. 2 minutes left here.
They're going to get a wide receiver, I believe. They don't need a running back. They might get an offensive lineman, but I doubt it. I think they're going to get a wide receiver. Then the other teams that's coming up, they don't need wide receivers. That's crazy. They don't need wide receivers. They don't need running backs. Goodness gracious. So
Texans could use a wide receiver. They've had some injury problems.
Who? The Texans?
Yeah, the Texans.
Then they pick up well, they got Nico. They got
They had Tank Dell, who has had some pretty bad injuries sometimes now.
They don't need a running back because they got the running back from Pittsburgh. I mean, not Pittsburgh, but from Cincinnati. Dang. Their defense is solid. They got a solid defense. Goodness gracious. They might just get offensive lineman. That makes sense. Get the kid from Ohio State, Simmons. Get the kid from Ohio State. They got hurt.
They said he would be number one if he didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
The number one offensive tackle take.
Yeah. Now let's Pittsburgh get him. I mean, not Pittsburgh, but Green Bay get him. Because they can afford to get them because they have a solid team. Green Bay, I can't think of. They got good running backs. They got they need a wide receiver. I think they need a wide receiver.
According to this here, the team needs are edge. Here, let me click on all real quick. They need edge, cornerback, wide receiver, defensive tackle, linebacker. So if you're talking edge, Mike Green from Marshall, sitting right there. Cornerback, Will Johnson from Michigan, sitting right there. Wide receiver, Matthew Golden, sitting right there. Of course, Josh Simmons, like you said. At tackle, sitting right there. I mean, Nick Scorton, edge of A&M, James Pierce.
Yeah.
Let's see. Green Bay.
Maybe that other kid, he'd be like Khalil Mack, the one you said that's from the edge, that's from a lower known school. Be like Khalil Mack when he was with Buffalo.
Yeah, when he played the Buckeyes, that kid was a problem.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like he was a little guy, but he was everywhere you were supposed to be.
People sleep on those little teams. It's funny. Those little, they always tend to have a player that people just looked over. Come on, Grandpa. Come on.
All right. Greg Time's predicting Josh Simmons.
That's what I said too.
Green Bay, the pick is in.
Who said J.J. McCartney equals trash? That's funny. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't think Greg Time is a big J.J. McCarthy fan.
Yeah.
Equals trash. So he's saying at the next pick they would take a quarterback right here. Yeah, none of those other teams need one.
Nah.
Yeah, a lot of good teams coming up. Jeez.
That's what I'm saying. They don't need. They pretty much everything is the rich getting richer. Do the Eagles need a defensive player? Another defensive player? Goodness gracious. They got a good team.
They have a lot of picks, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They can afford to take risks, though. They to get who they want, they can afford to take risks. They defense is set. Goodness gracious.
All right. Well, they say the pick is in.
Come on.
Coming up next would be the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota Vikings.
Now, if they get a quarterback, that'd be hilarious.
I heard the rumor that that Aaron Rodgers might end up going up there.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
To follow that storyline arc of Brett Favre.
Oh my God, I wouldn't want him to do that.
The Jets to the Vikings.
He did play for the Jets, though, right? Yeah. All he needed to do was play for the Vikings and take them to the playoffs and get injured by the Saints. By the Saints get injured. Get bounty by the Saints. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Golden. Wow. Golden. Wow.
Matthew Golden. He's a speedster. He's a little guy.
Texas Longhorns. 6 foot, 195 pounds.
Yeah, he's a speedster. He's just like the other kid the kid that went to Kansas City. He's just like that guy. But hopefully he picked the right girl. Goodness gracious. Jeez.
He's given golden.
Yeah. Very golden.
All right. Well, they're giving some tools over
429-40.
Jordan Love, no excuses. No excuses, Jordan Love.
Nah.
Because some people
and he's a pretty good route runner. That kid, he can play. That kid can play.
Some people are not sold on Jordan Love. So you better give him some weapons. And check that out. Every week, people have been making jokes about Green Bay never drafting wide receivers in the first round. And here they go, Matthew Golden. Check that out. Minnesota Vikings on the clock.
Now, if they pick Shedeur Sanders, I'm done. I'm getting off this. This is ridiculous.
Man,
goodness gracious.
I would say my favorite pick was Emeka Egbuka. The Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield. I'm so excited for that. That's super cool. I love when I don't have to stop. Like, there's nothing worse than a player that you like getting drafted to a team that you can't cheer for him on. It's like, you can't get signed to the Baltimore Ravens. They stole our franchise. We can't ever root for you over there. Like, we just can't do it. Come on, man. Don't go there. Don't go there.
And I like Lamar Jackson. I actually like Lamar Jackson. I wish we could have gotten Lamar Jackson, but I knew we weren't going to do that because Baker was that pick, But I like Lamar Jackson. I like his athleticism, and I knew that he was going to be like really good at the next level, especially by him winning. I thought he had a chance of winning winning 2 Heismans at the time, because he was very talented, So that's something I remember.
Matthew Golden, he's going to go cause some chaos in that really tough division. But
they needed that type of player, That's what when the Browns went against the Vikings that preseason, and I saw the way the Vikings was beating the Browns, I was like, man, the Vikings are going to be good this year. I was like, man.
Well, the Vikings now get a chance to improve their team. Let me go ahead and update the draft with Golden. Let's go ahead and share this tab instead. There you go, the number 15 projected pick. So that's a value pick according to this. Vikings up. Their needs are safety, cornerback, offensive guard, edge, running back. So there you go. There are some really nice running backs sitting around.
Yeah.
But yeah,
They don't need wide receivers, so they good.
Will Johnson's still sitting there. I think
Yeah.
there might have been a character issue question with Will Johnson. I'm
You
trying to
think so?
remember. I don't know. I
I
feel like
thought it was he didn't have a good year. He only had that one good year.
it might very well be. It might very well be.
Yeah, I thought he was a good player. He just had that one good year. He didn't really show like improvement like how they wanted him to. Just had a good year.
All right, Vikings.
What pick is there?
Yeah, now we're getting into like the really good teams from last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first time in a very long time that all the teams have kept their picks.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said it was the first time that all the teams had their picks. But that's because everybody has the bad teams are really bad teams. That's what that is. Because the last team that didn't keep their pick was Chicago, right? Chicago, they took the pick from Carolina to get Caleb Williams. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez. That's crazy.
My cat is like becoming infatuated with my mouse hand. Imagine that, a cat infatuated with a mouse.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm trying to share artwork here. I had a plan until my cat started doing this. Here, let me switch. All right, now he's calming down or something.
What? They picked up Jackson. Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, the guard. That's crazy. I didn't think he was going to get picked this round. I thought he was going to get picked in the second round.
This is the artwork here that Greg wanted to share with the group.
That's awesome.
I mean, that is a moment in history right there. That's wild. All right, let's talk about the pick.
Yeah. This kid, he did the Big Fig mattress commercial.
What commercial did he do?
A Big Fig is a mattress for big guys. A Big Fig mattress. That's what this kid did. The commercial for the Big Fig mattress.
Donovan Jackson, 6'4", 320 pounds, out of the Ohio State University, going to help repair a very broken line. I wonder if Blake Wally has any thoughts on the matter. He's a Vikings fan with an open invite to jump in, give thoughts. Like, that offensive line clearly exposed itself.
Yeah.
During that, really down the stretch when it mattered most. Maybe injuries, maybe this or that, but seems like
the Lions exposed them. Yeah, they did. And they figured that they'll play them in the playoffs and they will win, and that did not happen. That was bad. Oh, New York is back in.
Oh, is that what just happened?
Yeah, New York came back in, so they're gonna take Shador.
Hold on, which New York?
The Giants. They either take a Shador or Dart, but I think they're gonna take Shador. Shador, that would be a perfect fit for Shador. As much as I like him, and I would want him to play for Cleveland, I think that he would fit. He's a perfect fit for New York. Yeah, he's a perfect fit for New York.
All right, Donovan Jackson. Let me make sure I update here. What is it? Offensive?
Yeah, offensive guard. Guard. He's a guard.
Donovan Jackson. There we go. Drafted.
Guard, Ohio State.
So you're saying that the Texans made the trade?
Yeah, with the Giants.
All right.
The pick is in. So that's, that's prime, son. Oh boy.
Wow.
I think Shador gonna have a little chip on his shoulder though.
What if it's not him?
Now that would be awesome. That would be very awesome. If it wasn't him.
Well, we're gonna find out here. Go this tab instead. Donovan Jackson, the last player picked.
Oh, my computer working. That's good. I don't have to chastise my son.
You know, the Browns have some great ammunition to just slide back a few picks, you know?
Oh, yeah.
For some of these teams that are like, well, we have a good system. We could actually take a couple of players instead of an impact player that we could work through our system to kind of be there and is a backup role.
And that's the thing is, as far as you're able to, make the team better, you know, that's the thing with me. Making a team better, being able to fill in those holes, because ultimately that's what's gonna make the team better. It's just filling in the holes that we need. You know, we know we need a running back. We know we need we need another wide receiver. We know we need a cornerback. You know what I'm saying? Those are the holes that we need to have filled in. You know, I think Jim Schwartz is a great defensive coordinator. So if he get those kids that actually want to put in the work to be great, I think they'll do good in this system. If we're able to get someone that's serviceable at running back, they'll do good in the system. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, indeed.
So, man.
New York Giants are in a system right now, trying to figure out who's going to lead that team. I don't really know what the plan is. They don't
Still, they got neighbors. They got the other wide receivers. So they set at wide receiver. They got a decent running back. I mean, when you look at those teams like that, I mean, you have something to work with. With us, we don't have nothing to work with because we've been in a hole for 3 whole years. For 3 whole years, we've been in a hole.
Dark.
And then if you look at the players that we didn't get, you look at a team like whoa. You see what they gave up? They gave up a second round in 2025 second round and third round, and another third round 2026 for that pick. So 2 second round picks. 1 year this year, 1 next year, and a third round. That's crazy.
2 seconds and a third.
Yeah.
And they take Jackson Dart.
That's crazy.
Jackson Dart, New York.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy.
6'2", 225 from Kaysville, Utah. The Ole Miss Rebels quarterback is going.
That's crazy.
Over. But who's in that quarterback room? Who's going to be playing quarterback over there? Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and DeVito.
And Jackson Dart.
And Jackson Dart.
All right. This
Holy smokes.
That's a wild quarterback room.
That is going to be crazy. Jackson Dart is a personality. Oh my God. He was on the Gruden show. He was singing All-Star. He's hilarious. Like, hey, now you're an all-star. He was singing it while he was like getting prepared. He has a very big personality. He'll fit in New York.
All right, Jackson Dart. Who's up now? Rams.
Woo! I want Cleveland to stay pat. Ain't no reason to pick. So what they did was they got.
There's been a trade.
We don't need to trade.
Hold on,
We
no.
good.
There's been a trade. The Falcons are now on the clock.
What?
They've traded with the Rams, so the Falcons are on the clock.
They getting a wide receiver. They're getting a wide receiver. They gotta be getting a wide receiver.
All right.
Wow.
Falcons on the clock, traded from the Rams. Coming up, you got the Ravens, Lions, Commanders. Jackson Dart.
That's crazy.
Greg said it. I mean, look, Greg's on top of it. True or false? He told you that the Giants were going to jump.
Yeah, I didn't
right.
see that coming. Unless they thought that the Browns were going to take Dart. They must have thought the Browns were going to take Dart.
Well, the Browns already had the chance to do something if they needed to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's not much of a difference in their minds. They could make a couple of different things work.
And that's what I said. For those picks, so they gave away 2 second-round picks and a third. It wouldn't make any sense to do that. Especially when you got the capital that you got, where you can get the best player in the third. The best players.
Yeah, like 2 of the top players. Like what, 33, 36 or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, they get ready. Tommy DeVito is gone. You're right, Greg Tom. Yeah, sorry, Tommy Cutlet. Yeah, he's done.
Tommy Cutlet. Hey.
Forget about it.
Yeah. Man, that's wild though. Hey, how do you feel about Shadur Sanders at a position around here though? Like you're still just wait and see if Kyle McCord is the best available, or Will Howard, or Jalen Milroe, or you just grab whoever's sitting there?
Whoa! Guess what the Rams got? They got a second round. They got a second round, a 7th round, and the first round in 2026.
Including a first round?
Yes. That's what Atlanta gave them.
What does Atlanta need that much?
Wide receiver.
Pierce Jr. There's the pick. James Pierce Jr., Tennessee. 6'5", 243-pound junior. James Pierce Jr.
What is he?
6'5", 243. That's a big target.
Yeah.
James Pierce Jr. Do you think they gave up too much to get that?
To get an edge? They must have. He better be exceptional for them to give up that much. They gave a first and a second round and a 7th round for him. So they got 2 defensive players. They got 2. They got a linebacker and an edge.
That is a revamp.
Yeah, pretty much so.
Yeah, you really want those players to hit. I mean, how many times did the Browns go out and get players that did not end up turning into much of anything?
Bartavius Mingo. Sheldon, whatever his name, Sheldon, the big guy.
Sheldon Richardson?
Sheldon, no, not him.
Danny Sheldon.
Danny Sheldon. Irvin, whatever his name, the offensive lineman, Irvin something.
Cam Irving.
Cam Irving, yeah. You know, got all these guys. They didn't work out. In the first round, and they didn't work out. Then the Baltimore Ravens are gonna come up. The rich gonna get richer. They might get a wide receiver. They're gonna get a wide receiver. What do Detroit really need? They need a defensive or a defensive lineman. What do they really need? They gotta set their team is set, man. The Commanders, their team is set. They give you a wide receiver, maybe, running back, maybe. Team set. Buffalo, they need a running back. They can get a running back.
Oh man, could you imagine? Oh man, Travion Henderson in Buffalo. Oof. Oh man.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Baltimore couldn't. Anyway, I don't want to. I hate that these other teams get to improve as well.
The rich get richer, man. The rich get richer.
Wouldn't it be great if they didn't get to have draft picks?
Nah. But they don't need a running back. But I think they need a wide receiver. They who they pick up? They picked up some bum. Some wide receiver. Oh, they picked up Claypool. They picked up Claypool.
Oh, okay.
He's a bum. They picked him up. Thinking that it will work out with him. I don't know why they did that. They ain't learned from what Chicago did when they picked him up and gave him all that money. Yeah. They love Ohio State running backs, though. That's the truth. But they need a wide receiver. They need a wide receiver, though. That's what they need. They need a wide receiver. They need wide receiver and they need the offensive lineman. Because they line got hurt. Staley got hurt. He got hurt for like almost the whole year and he came back. They need
It says that Baltimore needs guard, cornerback, edge, linebacker, and safety.
So they need defense. So they're going to get somebody with defense, yeah.
You got Will Johnson out of Michigan at cornerback. That could fit. Mike Green at Marshall. That could fit. Safety, Malachi Starks. That could fit. Nick Emenwari. That could fit. Josh Simmons at Ohio State, the offensive tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, that,
They love Ohio State guys, so they might pick him. Jesus.
So let's see what Baltimore ends up doing. If
they pick is in. The pick is in.
See, remember, Sal, there's something important about the first round now. We're getting right toward the edge where people said, look, you're the first pick of the next round. To jump back in a few spots wouldn't be the end of the world. Like, somebody would gladly slide a few to acquire a couple extra picks. What you get then is to grab a quarterback and you get a fifth extra year of controlling interest. And apparently it's a big deal. I don't know.
I get what you're saying. So you think that they would get with the Eagles and get their pick, switch picks with them?
Well,
switch picks with them and give them like a 7th round just to get up that one pick to pick the 32nd and get Shador or whoever.
Man, Shador. What if Shador went and to the Ravens?
That would never happen.
It wouldn't make sense, but
yeah. He's not a Baltimore guy. I could see him either going to us or going to a grandiose team. I couldn't see him like going anywhere like, man, this dude is weird. He shaved his belly.
Okay, well, more power to you, pal. So Falcons got a 2025 first-round pick, number 26. 2025 third-round pick. The Rams get a 2025 second, 2026 first,
Yeah,
25 seventh.
yeah. That's a good pick.
Selection made. Malachi Starks, 6'1", 197 pounds, out of Georgia.
That's a good. That kid's good.
Safety Malachi Starks. I'm sorry, Malaki.
Yeah, that kid's pretty good, man.
Malachi? Is it Malachi or Malaki? I don't know.
No, Malachi. Yeah.
Malachi.
I mean, not quite Ed Reed, but he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to get to know his name since we play, the Ravens twice a year. So
yeah, if he's any good, we'll know.
All right, Lions on the clock. Okay. Yeah, this mock draft thing is kind of fun.
Yeah.
Load it up here, and then you just can kind of scroll through. The Lions needs edge, offensive guard, cornerback, safety, wide receiver. What would you think? I'm going to grab a beverage, by the way. What do you think the Lions would be good doing here, Sal? There were injuries on the defense last year that hurt them.
I think they need to shore up that defensive line. I think when what's his name got hurt, I think that affected the team a lot. So they need to get either a defensive tackle or a defensive edge. That's what I would do. I think that just makes sense. They don't need anybody on the offense. Their defense was problematic for them. At least when they were going against the Eagles, it's hard when you go against. Like I said, getting richer. The Eagles they got way better. They were able to get freaking the whole Georgia team.
All right. All right. Lions on the clock, and the pick is in. Commanders on deck. Oh, and then David Bann, his Buffalo Bills. David's one of our regulars. Sal, have you met David yet? All right, Sal. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Lions, the pick is in. And the Commanders up next.
That's crazy. The rich getting rich. It's funny how when you have a good quarterback, you can just worry about anything else. Commanders, they don't have they can get them a running back, they can get them a wide receiver. They can work on the offensive line, which I don't think they have to work on the offensive line. They did pretty well protecting the guy. I mean, you can get luxury players instead of you having to worry about what you actually need. That's crazy.
Lions, are they going to take edge, guard, cornerback, safety, or wide receiver by chance? Who knows?
Offensive line, they get Simmons. I think they'll pick up Simmons.
I wonder when Simmons is projected to come back. Because
It It wouldn't even matter because with these teams pick him, he'll be fine. You know, they don't really need him, so he'll be fine. You get what I'm saying?
You just stash him.
Yeah. Make sure you're okay. You'll be fine. I don't know. I think the funniest thing about the draft is like thinking about how you're not supposed to tamper with players and all this stuff, but yet they have all these platinum and gold and diamond and all this stuff. You be looking like, what? What are you guys doing? You're not gonna hide the fact that you're taking money.
Love it. What is Greg Time saying over here? Let's get caught up on some of these. Watch the Ravens take Henderson or Junkins. No, that didn't happen. Yeah, yeah, there's the there's the comment. The Ravens will take Jeremiah Smith somehow.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. They'll find a way to get him.
Greg Time says that's the new Ed Reed for the Browns. Yeah, we're gonna learn how to pronounce his name. Malachi.
Yep.
Malachi Starks. Yeah, the new Ed Reed. We're gonna learn that name.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Love it. Greg Time saying when you have a quality quarterback on a rookie contract like Washington,
you sure do. You sure do. And I'm still vexed about Kansas City Chiefs, how they haven't taken advantage of that. Their defense is like very mediocre. And it's like, how in the world you got a quarterback? Whoa. Oh!
Then
they picked Williams. They picked the defensive tackle from Ohio State.
He is the pick for the
What I say? I told you, defensive tackle.
Yes, you did. And he's off the board. Tyleek.
Yeah.
Defensive
they needed one, but their guy got hurt, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, Lions trying to avenge how they ended their season last year. They were not happy.
Yeah.
Ran into a buzzsaw at the right. You just never know. That's why you play the games.
Yeah.
It's any given Sunday. All that jazz.
All it takes for you to get healthy at the right time, be healthy, have players playing at their peak at the right time. You good. Go on a run. Good. That's what happened to the Eagles. They went on a good run, and they were unstoppable.
Tyleek Williams.
That kid's a freaking beast, man.
6'3", 327 out of Ohio State. Defensive tackle going to the Lions. That brings up the next pick. The Washington Commanders on the clock. Then the Bills, Chiefs, Eagles. Ready to wrap this thing up and put a bow on it. How does this draft feel so far, like in general, to you?
It feels unbelievable. It's like I can't believe that none of the players that I thought would come out didn't come out. None of the wide receivers, none of the running backs came out that I thought would come out. So I'm looking at it from a standpoint of like the Browns could really capitalize on this, man.
And maybe that's what they had in mind the whole time. You could get a quality quarterback, you could get a quality running back, a quality
tight end,
offensive tackle,
because they can trade back into the second round, man. With the capital they had, they can trade back into the second round, catch the back end of the second round, pick an offensive tackle.
They can move backward, acquiring assets every step of the way.
That's crazy. Yeah,
we'll see. But I like the idea of grabbing a couple of players to come along together. You know.
Yeah.
And yeah, look, with Joe Flacco serviceable and Kenny Pickett, people think that he's probably going to win the job. Maybe expecting a second or third team turnaround like we've seen from Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, this, that.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. I'm not sold on that. But
I'm sold on it because it's just about getting the opportunity. He was around winners. I think when you're around, winning is contagious, man. When you're at it's contagious.
That's contagious, bro.
Contagious, bro.
Contagious, bro.
Yeah, man, it's contagious. So if he's able to go to that team, see the winning culture, be able to bring that along with them, as far as him saying, hey man, I help Hurt train, I helped him to develop, I helped the defense to develop. I'm coming to Cleveland because of the fact that I know that this is an opportunity for me. So I'm able to bring that along with me here. I think that would be excellent for us to be able to get put in that type of situation with him. Flacco, he's another guy that's a winner. He had a crazy run. He had a crazy Super Bowl run because they won all them games. They wasn't even supposed to be in that situation, But he got hot at the right time. That's all it takes. You get hot at the right time, get on a winning streak. That's all it takes.
All right. Greg Time saying Detroit, with this addition, they could be nasty like Philadelphia. Yeah, it's really something when you get a dominant defense.
Yeah.
It just totally changes everyone's ability.
Yeah. That defensive line, because at the end of the day, if the quarterback can't set up or get in rhythm, that's it. They can't get in rhythm, man.
All right.
Philly basically got the damn Georgia defensive line.
Jeez. Yeah, you think of tough programs and the type of tough players that they usually roll through there.
Yeah.
That's one of them. Greg Time kind of saying the story of the draft is a lot of linemen, nothing flashy in the first round. # Greg Time.
Yeah. Yeah. They got a lot of players that are in the trenches. It's all about the trenches.
Here's another trench. Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle, Oregon Ducks. He is the pick. And so 6'4", 315 pounds. He is going to protect the new franchise over there in Washington. Good pick.
Yeah, great pick. He was supposed to get picked earlier. That's crazy.
Josh Connerly Jr. There we go. Buffalo Bills, 3 picks left in this draft. Cleveland Browns restocked the cabinets. Oh, let's go to this. I'm sorry. We totally got sidetracked. Here, can we reset to how excited Nathan Zagura is about our trade? We never finished our thought here. Let me play this for a second.
That's huge. Tomorrow night, as another first rounder.
Here, let me reset it. Let's just actually, that's pretty good there.
Over here, over in the other room. I said if I can get a 2026 first round pick to move back 3 spots, I got to do it. I didn't realize it was going to be a 4th rounder this year, a 2nd round pick. This is number 36. So as of right now, the Cleveland Browns are sitting at pick 33 and 36.
Yep. That's huge.
Tomorrow night, as another first rounder in 2026. This is real life drafting.
When I talk about
that's pretty big. Pretty happy with that?
I have to agree. I'm pretty happy with it. I didn't think that they would get as much for it. I thought they'd get a 2nd round and they'll get, have to move, but I didn't think they'll also get a 1st round. Now, that's what made it worth it. That's what got me excited, that 1st round. And I don't think Jacksonville is going to be good this year,
Yes, that should be a high pick. Greg Time saying Browns are still plus, what is it, 20,000? to win the Super Bowl on Panthers are plus 10,000. That's where we're at. That is where we're at, people. Some teams that need a little bit of help. Okay, they continue with their thoughts here.
Weapons. Being at 33 and 36, what that allows you to do now is to take either you have ammunition, obviously, for a quarterback, but you would maybe be able to move up with the quarterback and still keep 33, move up from 36, get your quarterback. Or if you stayed there, you have an opportunity now to get an elite running back and an elite tight end if you don't take a tight end with your first pick. Now, the Browns, there are reports that they're not done, that they may go from 5 to 10. But the fact that it came, I think a lot of people would have been okay if it was 2 to 5 and you pick up a 2026 first. But the fact that you got 36 as well is outrageous.
Yes.
This is a huge, huge win.
They value Travis Hunter. That's what it is. They really value Travis Hunter. So if you got the guy that you value, just like you said before, you go get that guy. They went and got him.
John Gruden saying, let me see. Let me zoom in a different way here. John Gruden says that's the greatest trade ever. They think that we fleeced Jacksonville. Did we fleece Jacksonville?
I think we did. Getting that first round, that's what make it a fleece. Now, we didn't get the first round. I think I would have still been satisfied with the pick. I would have been satisfied with it because of the fact that we got the extra second round pick. But having that first round pick, oh my God, that's what make it a fleece.
McNeil here says Cleveland drafts a defensive tackle from Michigan. Then Detroit drafts a defensive tackle from Ohio State.
Ah!
That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. All right. What else? What is this message from Joe Thomas?
What's up, Browns fans? Joe Thomas here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, site of the 2025 NFL Draft. And the Browns have just selected Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan, to pair him with the wrecking ball, Myles Garrett. I'm pretty excited because I don't know if you guys watched the Super Bowl this year, but that Philadelphia defensive line won the game, destroyed Patrick Mahomes. You put that Mason Graham dude next to Myles Garrett for about another 5 to 10 years. We got a lot of joy coming. Pure joy, as the great Z would say, because I cannot wait to see those guys in opponent's backfield all day long. And then tomorrow, you know what else I can't wait?
Okay, first point. I mean, it's just going to be a absolute wrecking ball up front with Mason Graham and Myles Garrett. Are they going to play on the same side? They're going to do what are they doing? Are they going to do two?
Nah, I think no. Myles is going to do whatever he want to do. Mason Graham is going to probably be in the middle, but I think Myles is going to do whatever he wants to do. It's Myles Garrett. Come on. Hey, Myles Garrett was dribbling the ball while he was playing defense. He was dribbling the ball. I think it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing.
Heck yeah. All right. Our identity is about to change on defense, and that's going to really open things up at linebacker and the defensive backfield too. Greg is saying that the first round pick included in that trade is big. He agrees. It is massive,
especially if Jacksonville doesn't produce. If that pick turns into a 5 to a 10 round, a 10 pick, 5 to 10 pick. Oh my God! Woo!
Let's wrap this up here.
As I can't wait to announce the first pick of the second round for the Cleveland Browns. Right there behind me on that stage here in Lambeau Field. So stay tuned, clevelandbrowns.com for all of it.
He gets to announce the pick for the Cleveland Browns.
Joe Thomas?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's there in Green Bay.
Yeah. Joe, you know what? I feel so sad that we weren't able to
I know.
Joe is such an awesome guy. You know what made me love Joe? When he was drafted, guess what he was doing? Fishing with his dad.
In
He didn't do
Wisconsin.
no party. Fishing with his dad.
Yeah, and that was in Wisconsin, I believe.
Yeah, catching walleye. Him and his dad was catching walleye.
Okay,
They
we
ain't
have
had no party.
catching walleye.
Yeah.
Meet Maxwell Hairston.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills. Cornerback. 6'1", 186 pounds. Buffalo Bills. Maxwell Hairston. All right, good for them. I don't know what to say about Maxwell Hairston.
The Eagles traded with Philly.
Wait, the Eagles are Philly.
I mean, the Eagles play. Oh my god, the Eagles traded with Kansas City. I'm sorry. Yeah, Eagles traded with Kansas City. That's crazy.
All right, so Eagles on the clock here.
Yeah, Eagles on the clock.
Oh, this is it. This is like the last chance for teams to jump in.
Yeah.
Why would the Eagles? So what happened? They traded to go one pick away.
Yeah. They saw somebody they wanted. That's what it is. If I was them, I'd pick up Simmons. That'd be a good pick because they can keep him and he'll be able to protect. Hurt. Help him with his tush push. Oh, I forgot they counts. They don't do that anymore.
Is it? Wait, has it been blocked?
I believe so.
No. I thought somebody brought it up, but it didn't pass, did it?
Oh, it didn't pass? Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it didn't pass. Hope this dude is good with it. No, he's good. Or no, David Van, is he he's the Buffalo guy?
Which one?
The Buffalo fan.
Oh. Yeah, David Ban.
Yeah. That kid's good. He's good.
Maxwell Hairston.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Yeah, that's kind of my backyard. Don't know the guy well, but you know, I mean, that's the team of DeMar Hamlin. You need to bolster that secondary, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I mean, ultimately, that's kind of what you need, you know. That's kind of what you need.
All right, Eagles on the clock here. So what did they do? They just swapped picks. That was it. That's
They swapped. Yeah, they swapped picks.
What do we know what it cost?
I don't know what it cost. I don't think it cost that much. You know what I'm saying? They just swapped picks. Couldn't cost that much. You know, I don't think. Probably gave them like a 4th round, 5th round.
Pick is in. Looking for news. It's not telling me what it was. The Eagles trade number 32 and number 164.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
So they threw in pick number one. What is pick number 164? What number is that?
5th round. 5th round pick.
5th round?
Yeah, that's what I said. 4 for a 5th round. 4 for a 5th. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Ain't that funny how this pick was a 5th round, but yet we got a 1st and a 2nd round?
Well, but they're much more valuable at the top.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Yeah. I'm totally fine with what they did. We have a lot of areas of need and we got to address it with talented players. It's just up to them to pick the right player.
And that's the tricky part. I don't like the fact that they use analytics for just everything. That's what I'm hoping that they realize, that analytics it has its place, but sometimes you have to go with the gut, when it comes to picking these players, and sitting down talking to the young man to see how he fits in what you got going on in the future, so
Hey, there's David. David checking it out. He says, I hope this dude is good that we picked. And yeah, Sal, you said he is good.
Yeah, he's good.
He said, well, he definitely is needed to help this defense for sure.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills.
Any of the players that come out of SEC, that especially come out of those teams like Kentucky and things like that, Tennessee, Kentucky, they're typically great players.
Pick is in with the Eagles here. And then the Chiefs. That's the last chance for anybody to jump in.
Trying to think of who they would pick, though,
Yeah, best available or need. Yeah, what is this? Will Johnson? He was projected, at least in this one, at the number 9.
Wow. That's crazy, right? Someone to be a number 9 pick and they haven't been picked in at all?
Yeah, Shadur Sanders, number 7. But it's just it's all in how you evaluate.
Yeah. And your need. I'm pretty sure that the Bills, they need a corner because of the fact that Pat Mahomes was able to carve them up. You know what I'm saying? So they need somebody that's going to be able to stop him from being as efficient as he was against them. That's what he did to them every year. Every year, the last minute, he'll come and he'll make a big play.
Man, I know that. I was there firsthand. I got to witness that. Oh, it was terrible. We had that game under control, and then a special teams blunder, and then a big running around, chucking it 45 yards across your body, just closing your eyes and hoping something good happens.
I know.
Oh my gosh, that stadium went from silent to one of the loudest places on earth.
We let Chad Henne get a damn first down. Oh my God.
Dirty Dan Sorensen's helmet-to-helmet hit.
Yeah.
Pick is in. We have a pick that is in. A pick that I clicked, and
I got a linebacker. D. Campbell from Alabama. So you can't go wrong with most SEC players. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, they make them tough. I'm having complicated issues. There we go. Jihad, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Campbell.
Yeah.
6'3", 244 pounds, out of Alabama. I mean, why would the Eagles feel like they need to trade right there? Was someone jump in and pay for that?
No, they saw something in that guy.
Yeah, but they could have taken him one pick later. Did they literally think that the Chiefs were going to take him first?
The Chiefs do need a linebacker now.
Right,
Chiefs need a linebacker. Chiefs need a defensive tackle. They need defense. They don't need the offense. They need strictly defense. That's what killed them. Their defense was poor. They couldn't stop. They couldn't stop the wide receivers. They couldn't stop them. And then their offense was playing. They offensive line. They need offensive line help because they were able to get in and stop Mahomes from doing the stuff he was used to doing.
Yeah, that was an intense Super Bowl there.
Yeah, they didn't straight stop Mahomes. They just stayed there, stayed pat to make him make mistakes, and he made mistakes because they stayed pat. They didn't try to over pursue him. They just kept him in there where he had to make a decision, and he got those 3 interceptions. They got them 3 interceptions. They got the pick 6. Got the interception that was close to where they were close to the 30-yard line. Then they scored again. Then the offensive score. So that's what they need to do: work on that offensive line so they can take Pat.
All right, Chiefs are on the clock. Final pick, last chance for someone to jump in ahead of the Browns. We're gonna find out soon if anybody wants to pilfer the next available quarterback, knowing darn well that the Cleveland Browns are looking very heavily at quarterback. Is there any team that might want to jump the gun?
I want Pittsburgh. I think that'd be funny. Like you said, Pittsburgh come here like, yeah, we want back.
No.
We want Will Howard.
Oh, that'd be very unfunny. No, I don't claim Howard is the most. I don't claim that Will Howard is the most physically gifted player in the draft. I don't claim
he's a winner.
I think that he has what you need to win games, and you can build around him. Same way I said about Baker. Like, no, I mean, I don't want him to be Superman every single game, but he can do it. I've seen him do it. He can make everything. Right. Come on, just get in a rhythm, and let him cook. I've watched it. I know it happens, just not when he's injured and fighting through a stupid injury. You can build around somebody even if they're not Shohei Ohtani. Like, there's a lot of ways to build around a lot of different people. So, yeah, we're going to find out if the Cleveland Browns have the very next chance to draft the quarterback. It says the pick is in. I guess this means the Browns are going to have the first. Is there any quarterback you would like to take if you're the Cleveland Browns? Because that's what we're talking about now. They got the pick of the litter.
I don't know. I think if Shador is your guy, if Shador is really the guy, I think you should go for Shador.
I don't know.
I think you should really go for Shador. I mean, you can wait. You don't have to take Shador. They don't, because the Giants already got their quarterback. So if they want to, they don't have to take Shador if they don't want to. If they got the best player available, we need to see who the best player available is.
What we're about to see. There's one pick left, and we're going to see how it happens. Greg Time says, I think the Eagles just keep messing with the Chiefs. No. Man, the Eagles bullied him. They just got in Mahomes. They were pushing people backward into him, stepping on his feet, and so they were just all over the place.
They were.
David Band saying it all starts with a good quarterback. Yes, it does. And I know that Joe Flacco of 2 years ago was serviceable. He played very well and led us into the playoffs.
Right.
If he's capable of doing that again, that's great. If not, we got Kenny Pickett.
They picked Josh Simmons. I called it, right? Offensive lineman. I told they need to get offensive lineman. They got to protect their quarterback. That's a good pick, but he ain't going to play. I don't think he's playing this year.
Oh, they're going to stash him.
Yeah.
Josh Simmons, offensive tackle, 6'5", 310 pounds. Yeah, very unfortunate injury. Now he's going to Kansas City, and they believe in him. Pretty good pick. You're getting a ton of value there when he comes back. He's going to have really good rehab. There you go. That is the culmination of the first round of the NFL draft. Any final thoughts? Greg Time, any final thoughts? Type them in. David Bann, any final thoughts? Type them in. Sal? This was awesome.
This is going to be
draft together. This is great.
This is going to be awesome. I'm looking at the picks now that they didn't pick up, the people that they didn't pick up. This is going to be awesome. Let's see who they have. Still available. Safety, there was he was ranked number 15, Nick Emmanuel Ward. A massive safety prospect with ideal instincts and ball skills. He fits best as a strong safety, big nickel, or a sub linebacker. He consistently undercut routes and takes the ball away in those roles. He trusts his eyes and drives on the ball. He has multiple pick sixes in games I studied. He also has a little tightness that shows up in man coverage, but he has enough speed to recover. So this guy, he was ranked number 15. He's a safety out of South Carolina, and there's another safety. He was ranked number 16. Will, the guy from Michigan that you were talking about, Will Johnson. So he wasn't picked. I don't think we need a safety. Do we need a safety?
Bro, we need a lot of things.
But Shador is number 20. So Shador is going to be a number 20. Mike Green, the kid from Marshall that we was talking about, that's an edge rusher. Mason Taylor, he was 29. He's a tight end for LSU.
God, we get two picks now. We get two of the next 4 picks. What is that? 33, 36.
Yeah.
2 of the next 4 picks. Yeah. All right. I'm excited for it. Well, then let's regroup, and then we're gonna talk some more sports tomorrow, I guess. When does the draft start tomorrow? Is it 8:00 again or earlier? I don't know.
No, this is the draft gonna start early. I believe. It should start early, right? It's not gonna start tonight. It's gonna start early in the morning. Let me see.
Day 2 of the draft. Rounds 2 and 3 start at 7:00 on Friday, April 25th. 7:00 p.m.
PM? Wow.
7:00.
It must be the third. No, it'd be the third and the second, third, and fourth is tomorrow, right? Or the second and third is tomorrow.
Second and third starts at 7:00 Eastern time tomorrow.
Right.
According to Grok. All right, David, thanks for the show. Have a good evening as well. Greg Time says go Burden 3 and Milrow. All right, interesting draft, and the Browns have put themselves in position to get everything you need, says David Van. Heck yeah, 2 or 3 tomorrow.
Yeah. All right now.
Sal, awesome time as usual. I appreciate you, sir. Go Browns.
Go Browns.
Heck yeah. We are in pole position for this round. Thank you, everybody. Take care.